Mr. Siminya.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Today we have Ms. Patoi to give her evidence, and I see Mr. Gwala would be leading the witnesses' evidence.
Thank you. Is that so, Mr. Kwala?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Ms. Patoi, are you going to give your evidence under oath or affirmation?
Under oath, Chairperson.
Yes. Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I do, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Kwala, your witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Patoi.
Good morning, Advocate.
Until recently, you were employed as the National Director of Public Prosecution, is that correct?
That is correct. I retired on the 31st of January this year.
When did you assume that position?
On the 1st of February 2019.
All right. Whilst you were the Director of Public Prosecution, and in particular in September 2025, you received a letter from the evidence leaders. Is that correct?
That is correct, whilst I was the National Director.
Yes. Can we, before we get into details of your evidence, can we get to that
Mr.
letter?
Kwala, please raise your voice and bring the mic closer to you. Thank you.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Commission, thank you. Before we get into the details of your evidence, Mr. Patoi, I would like us to go through that letter. Commissioners, it is in the bundle in page SB 00001. We will not read the entire document. We just want to contextualize our evidence. Have you found that page, Ms. Patoi?
I do, yes.
It is a letter addressed to you dated 23 September 2025.
That's correct.
And it is signed by the evidence leaders.
That is correct.
May I ask?
Electronically signed.
Electronically signed. You are aware of the terms of reference of this commission, and I will not ask you to read that. That's true. 3.5 for contextualizing your evidence. Can I read
Thank you.
that?
Should I read that
Yes,
into the
please.
record? At paragraph 3, at the relevant time from 2019 to date, you served as the National Director of Public Prosecutions, prior to which you had served as the Provincial Director of Public Prosecutions from 2000 to 2009. In those capacities, you would have had access to information concerning decisions, discussions, or policies affecting the investigation and prosecution of TRC-related cases. Paragraph 4, the Commission therefore requests your assistance with furnishing any material in your possession or to which you had access during your tenure that may be relevant to its inquiry. This includes memoranda, correspondence, minutes of meetings, or other audio and/or documentary records relating to the TRC cases referred to by the Amnesty Committee for Investigation or Prosecution. In addition, paragraph 5, in addition to providing such relevant material, the Commission requests, in the form of an affidavit, your own account of any discussions, decisions, or considerations during your tenure as the Provincial Director of Public Prosecutions that may bear on the matters set out in the above-mentioned paragraphs 1.1 and 1.2 of the terms of reference. Such a statement will assist the Commission in understanding the context within which decisions relating to TRC cases were taken.
All right. In paragraph 5, the correspondence requires that you furnish an affidavit. Did you prepare an affidavit in response to that?
That is correct, I did.
Commissioners, the affidavit of Ms. Patoi is uploaded, but it was not paginated at the time I last checked. What we propose to do we will refer to the typed pages should we need to refer
At the bottom of
at the bottom of the page.
of the papers.
But particularly we will refer to the paragraphs
Yes.
where we go through a paragraph. Yes. Ms. Patoy, your affidavit that is before you is from pages 1 to page 26.
That's correct.
Before we confirm it, are there corrections that you would like to make to your affidavit?
I think there's one or two. Council can
Can I
direct me
take
to
you
the
to
pages.
paragraph 21 at page 9, Chairperson and Commissioners?
Yes,
Have you found the page?
I have.
At the bottom, at the bottom of that paragraph, let's take this, the last sentence. It reads, during this time, however, internally the NPA continued to have virtual meetings and the PCLU conducted an audit of every death in detention case reported by the TRC, identifying 59 cases for investigation in addition to those already under investigation. That's what it says, but there's something you want to correct in that.
That is
regard.
correct.
You may go ahead.
Chairperson, Commissioners, I'd like to change the 59 to 55 cases for investigation, in addition to, and to add 59 already under investigation, and to delete the word those.
Thank you, Ms. Pato. There's another typo that you wish to correct in paragraph 64 at typed page 24.
That's correct.
The last sentence, Chairperson and the Commissioners, in page 24 reads, challenges including limited cooperation by other organs of state. It should read challenges including but not limited to. That's the correction that the witness
correct.
wishes to make. Thank you, Commissioners. Other than those corrections, you regard this affidavit as the evidence that you want to present before this commission.
That is correct, Chairperson.
The signature that appears at page 26 is your signature.
That is correct, at the top right-hand corner.
All right. In what capacity did you depose to this affidavit?
As the National Director of Public Prosecutions at the time.
Yes. All right. What you have done, you have just covered paragraphs 1 to 3 of your affidavit. May we now proceed to deal with what you state in your affidavit in detail.
Thank you, Counsel.
In paragraph 4 of your affidavit, you mention your career path for the period 2000 to 2009. And you state that during that time you were the Director of Public Prosecutions in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
That's correct.
But surely your career as a prosecutor did not start in 2000.
That is correct.
When did your career as a prosecutor begin?
I would refer to myself as a career prosecutor. I started prosecuting at the Chatsworth Magistrates Court in December of 1986, and then proceeded to the Office of the Attorney General, as it was known at the time, in 1992, as a junior state advocate, and then worked at the, as it was known, the AG's office at the time. And then in 1995, I was appointed as one of 2 prosecutors to the Investigation Task Unit, which was a unit that was set up during the tenure of President Mandela, just post-apartheid, to investigate allegations of hit squad activities in the KwaZulu police in particular. I was at this unit for about 2 years, and I should disclose for transparency, I worked at the time with Advocate Howard Varney, who was a member of the board. I returned to the Attorney General's office in 1997. In 1998, I was appointed a deputy DPP then. The position of Attorney General had changed to Director of Public Prosecutions. That was after the NPA Act in 1998 was promulgated. I was then appointed as the head of the then Scorpions, the DSO in KwaZulu-Natal, and was appointed in 2000 as the DPP for KwaZulu-Natal.
The position you held until 2009.
That is correct.
What happened after 2009?
In 2009, I left South Africa to take up a position at the International Criminal Court in The Hague as the senior legal advisor to the prosecutor, that's the chief prosecutor of the ICC. I remained there until February 2019. That is 9 years and 3 months, when I returned to South Africa to take up the position of NDPP.
All right. Let's deal briefly with your period when you were the Director of Public Prosecutions in KwaZulu-Natal. Did your office deal with TRC-related cases during your tenure?
No, we didn't. The TRC matters at the time were centralized at the national office in Pretoria, and the PCLU, the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, dealt with all the matters relating to the TRC.
And no cases were handled at provincial level?
That is correct. Well, not that I'm aware of, if there were any in any of the provinces, then the PCLU staff dealt with those matters.
Yes. But personally, were you ever involved in any discussions or decisions or considerations relating to the TRC cases during that time when you were the Director of Public Prosecutions?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware of any discussions or decisions or even considerations relating to such cases whilst you served as a DPP?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Now, in 2019, you then assumed the position as the Director, as a National Director of Public Prosecution. Can you, in summary form, and perhaps just in highlight, explain the role of the National Director of Public Prosecution?
So at the time I took office in 2019, the commissioners will recall it was a time when the Zondo Commission was doing its work with regard to allegations of state capture. And I returned to South Africa at the time when the NPA had been particularly affected in this period. And there were challenges with resources, etc.
Sorry, Ms. Bajay. Can we do it this way? I'm sorry to interject. I just want you to highlight, in general, the functions or the role of the National Director.
My apologies. So this is not covered in my affidavit, but the National Director of Public Prosecutions is appointed by the President of the country Section 179 of the Constitution sets out the issues relating to the National Prosecuting Authority. And effectively, the NDPP is the head of the NPA and deals with the running of the institution itself and all of the mainly the strategic and policy-related issues in respect of the NPA. But overall, the NPA is accountable for the work of the NDPP is accountable for the work of the NPA.
So in summary, the NDPP provides strategic direction to the work of the NPA.
That is correct.
Does the NDPP get involved in the operational matters of the NPA?
No, not at all. The NPA is a very large, it's a large organization of over 5,000 staff members. The National Director is supported at the National Office by 3 or 4, depending on the time, Deputy National Directors of Public Prosecutions. They have various portfolios. And then in terms of the structure of the NPA as set out in the Constitution and elaborated on in the NPA Act, there are directors of public prosecutions that are appointed also by the President in each of the provinces, and the operational matters are managed primarily by DPPs or special DPPs in the case of very specific areas that require specialized expertise and skilled or focus areas. And then, of course, there are deputy DPPs and then the prosecutors. So the technical and operational work of the NPA is dealt with from the DNDPP, but more so from the DPP level downwards.
Yes. In terms of accountability, to whom does the NPA account?
The NPA accounts firstly and foremostly to the people of South Africa through Parliament. So we are required to account to Parliament. And then, of course, there's accountability, there's a level of accountability to the minister. In terms of the Constitution, the minister, it's Section 1791. 1791, the NDPP is the head of the NPA. The minister, in terms of the Constitution, it's 1796, exercises final responsibility over the NPA. The NPA, as the implementing act, unpacks this in Section 33, and very broadly, it deals with certain reporting policy considerations and reporting obligations that the NDPP has to a minister upon the request of the minister.
Right. Can we deal with the second aspect that arises from the letter from the Commission? You were required to assist by furnishing any material in the possession of the NPA that may be relevant to the present inquiry. This would include memoranda, correspondence, minutes of the meetings, and so on. How did you engage with this aspect?
I appointed Muzi Madlala, Mr. Madlala, who is the Chief of Staff in my office, to be the focal point to liaise either directly or through any other staff members with the Commission, and to make sure that we don't wait for any requests, because of course the Commission will not know what we have, but to make sure that all the information that we have, that we cooperate fully with the Commission, and that we provide any documents that relates to the TRC matters to the evidence leaders or to the Secretariat of the Commission. So he was the focal point that was coordinating this aspect of it. In addition, we did discuss it at some point, the TRC Commission, at our EXCO meetings, and there was full support and agreement that the NPA will fully cooperate with the Commission and give the Commission whatever it needs. And Advocate Mtunzi Mahaga, who is the head of the Legal Affairs Division, was the person that was coordinating with the legal personnel, with various counsel that were involved in this matter, and we also decided that the NPA will pay for the legal representation of all ex-NPA staff, whether they are national directors or any other member of staff that required legal assistance.
Perhaps just to conclude on that, can you take us through paragraph 5 of your statement?
Yes, would you like me to read
Yes, please.
the whole of it? Sorry. I left South Africa in October 2009 and took up a post from 1 November 2009 at the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, in The Hague, the Netherlands. I returned to South Africa to take up the position of NDPP from 1 February 2019. I cannot comment or express on any personal opinion on the work of the NPA over the period that I was out of the country working at the ICC. However, if any of the witnesses identifies documents which to their knowledge are held by the NPA, which have not been submitted, all efforts will be made to find and provide such documents to the Commission.
Then in paragraph 6, you say you are able to inform the Commission, whilst you are not able to comment about what happened prior to your involvement at the NPA, but you are able to inform the Commission about the key strategic interventions that you implemented upon becoming the NDPP.
That is correct.
I think let's turn to that. Perhaps take us through paragraph 7 and paragraph 8 in summary form, if you can.
Yes, so Chairperson and Commissioners, when I assumed the office of NDPP, the family members and the victims of apartheid-era crimes, concerned citizens, various NGOs, were actively demanding justice for victims. And I'm not saying this is when they started, but when I took office, that was certainly the case. And demanding that government take steps to deal with TRC matters. This was also the time that the High Court in Pretoria was seized with the Rodriguez matter, where allegations of possible political interference in the investigation of and prosecution of TRC matters had surfaced. I was well aware that the NPA, that TRC matters had to be an absolute priority for the work of the NPA right from the outset. This we had to do in the NPA, taking into account the context that we were facing at the NPA at the time. The NPA had been hollowed out by years of capture, neglected because of limited budget allocations, and the top echelons of the leadership had not been stabilized. So there were lots of challenges that the NPA was facing when I took office in 2019. In addition to staff morale being very low, fiscal constraints at the time, resource constraints, we nevertheless decided that we had to focus on the implementation of 3 key interventions to deal with the TRC matters and to demonstrate to the people of South Africa that the NPA we were committed to dealing with these matters, the TRC matters, and that we had a plan and that we were going to be dealing with these TRC matters. But the 3 key interventions are set out, and they are firstly, developing mechanisms to focus on and to better manage TRC matters. Secondly, to enhance engagements with relevant stakeholders, in particular the families of victims. And thirdly, to address concerns about alleged political interference in the investigation and prosecution of TRC matters, as had been pronounced in the courts in relation to the Rodriguez matter.
Right. Just back to the main paragraph 8, you say the top leadership of the NPA was not stabilized. Can you expatiate on that? What do you mean by that?
At the time that I took office, well, of course, there were lots of allegations, even at the Zondo Commission, about the NPA being part of state capture. regrettably, the Zondo Commission itself did not make any recommendations or findings in this regard. I understand due to time constraints. But at the time, there were various challenges that we were facing at the leadership level. As you'd recall, because of a constitutional court decision, the NDPP, my predecessor, Advocate Abrams, had left office at short notice, which creates instability in any organization. Advocate Jiba at the Mohoro Commission was ongoing, and I think they made their findings shortly after I took office. So she was the Deputy National Director that left the NPA. So at the DNDPP levels, there were challenges, and of course the NPS is one of the biggest units in the NPA, which Advocate Jiba headed, which didn't have a permanent Deputy National Director. In the DPP level, which is really where the work happens, if my memory serves me right, there were possibly out of 9 or 10 DPPs at the time, 6 positions were vacant and were being held by acting DPPs. So there were serious issues with regard to having permanent leadership at those very important high levels.
All right. You inherited the NPA that was dealing, among others, the TRC cases.
That's
and
correct.
You told us that they were dealt with by the PCLU.
That is correct.
All right. And who was the head of the PLCU when you took over as the National Director?
The PCLU at the time, there was an acting head for quite a while. I think it was Advocate Turi Pretorius who was the head when I was appointed. And shortly after I took office, I appointed Advocate Chris McAdam to be the acting head, who was a deputy DPP in the PCLU at the time.
Yes. In your assessment, was it adequately resourced?
In my assessment, not.
Yeah.
Given the very extensive mandate of the PCLU, which was not only TRC matters. I don't have the proclamation in front of me, but the PCLU dealt with various other aspects of certain international crimes, terrorism-related matters. So they had quite an extensive mandate, and the TRCs was one aspect of it.
In paragraph 17 of your statement, you deal with the appointment of of Advocate McAdam as the acting special director of public prosecution, right?
That is correct.
All right. Can we, before we get there, in paragraphs 10 to 16, you highlight the principles that govern the NPA.
That is correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
That is correct.
All right.
Broadly, what's in the Constitution
Yes.
and the NPA Act.
And the NPA Act. All right. Now, let's deal, you've just told us of 3 interventions that you would implement or that you would undertake upon assuming the office. And you start dealing with those actually from paragraph 17 onwards. Paragraph 17 we've just dealt with now. Can you take us through paragraph 18?
So, very early in my term, on the 3rd of April 2019, I took a decision after consulting with the relevant internal staff members that all matters which fell outside of the core mandate of the PCLU be returned to the DPPs in whose jurisdiction these crimes had been committed.
What informed that decision?
What had happened prior to me taking office is that during Advocate Abrams' term, there were cases that were brought to the national office to be managed at a national level and not in the DPP offices. And these cases were being dealt with in the PCLU. And I decided that these were not within the mandate of the PCLU and that those cases should be returned to the DPP's divisions to be managed well, if the investigations were completed, for investigations to be managed, or for cases to be prosecuted in the DPP offices themselves.
But would this include the TRC cases?
No, not TRC matters.
How were the TRC cases going to be dealt with?
So, the TRC matters, we had decided that because of the fact that the TRC had limited resources, in my view at the time, given the extensive mandate, and given the priority focus that we needed to take with regard to TRC matters, we decided that we will decentralize the TRC matters. That means that the PCLU will still manage it. There will be a coordinator in the PCLU, but that the DPPs in the divisions would deal with the guiding and of the investigations and the prosecutions with regard to TRC matters. We ensured that there would be continuity of prosecutors who were dealing with these matters, and we also, at the time, ensured that there was nodal points that would be appointed in each of the DPP offices. They were identified, who reported directly at the time to the acting special director of public prosecutions in the PCLU.
All right. What you have done, you have just taken us through paragraph 18 of your affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you take us through paragraph 19, please?
So, it's important again to understand that the resources in the NPA were extremely limited when I took office. And there was an urgency to deal with so many priorities at the time. The TRC matters was one priority. The cases emanating from the Zondo Commission, you will recall at the time, the country was impatient for state capture matters to be properly investigated and prosecuted. And we were dealing with an NPA that had been hollowed out and trying to deal with the limited resources to address various priorities, including, and I hate to say, the normal priorities of crime in our country, which is murders, sexual and gender-based violence, commercial crimes, etc. So we were really trying to deal with capacitating the NPA to deal with a whole range of priorities. We really did, at that point, we realized that there was a need to have dedicated prosecutors across the country, as well as dedicated investigators. And also to clarify at this point, Chairperson and Commissioners, that the NPA does not investigate TRC matters. The DPCI is seized with the investigation part, and the NPA prosecutors work with them to guide in terms of the prosecutor-guided investigations model, and to assist the investigators in any way that they need to. At this early stage, we held several meetings with the DPCI to explore ways in which we could focus on the TRC matters and also enhance the capacity to investigate and prosecute these matters.
Yes, in paragraph 19, you referred to several meetings with the DPCI. Did you participate in those meetings?
I participated in several meetings, not
Yes.
all of them.
Okay. Can you take us through paragraph 20 then?
In the one meeting that was held with the DPCI on the 31st of January 2020, the purpose of this meeting, and I recall there was General Labia, who was the head of the DPCI at the time, was also attended this meeting, together with other officials in the DPCI that I cannot recall. But the key aspect, one of the key challenges that the DPCI was also facing at the time was capacity to investigate these matters. And and I'm not, and General Libya was dealing with serious capacity constraints in the DPCI. And up until he left, he had stated that the DPCI was only, I think, 50 to 60% capacitated. So they were always struggling with capacity. And he had stated at that meeting that he was looking at hiring retired detectives, and they were going to put in an advert in March of 2020 in order to get additional capacity to be able to have a dedicated capacity to deal with TRC matters. We also were looking at appointing additional capacity at the time, initially on a contractual basis, because it's easier and quicker, and considering also that there were serious staff shortages in the NPA at the time. So we were looking to hire prosecutors on a contract basis.
Yes. Commissioners, I will refer to page SB 00026. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes, Chairperson, this is an internal memorandum that is sent from myself to all Deputy National Directors.
What page are you?
Sorry, at the first page of the memo, which is on page 24.
I said
26. Oh, my apologies, Chairperson. Page 26. Yes. This is an email that is sent from Ms. Nonqeba Monageng, who was my PA at the time, dated 23rd June 2020, and sent to myself, to Advocate Mahaga, Advocate Rodney de Kock, the Deputy National Director, Head of NPS, Advocate McAdam, and other staff members. And it states, "Dear principals and colleagues, below are the notes for your reading." So clearly there were notes that were attached to this particular email, but Dani, who, to be clear, Chairperson, because it's a bit unclear, the email at the bottom, you see the name Dani. Mr. Dani Smith, at the time, was the Chief of Staff in my office. So
And who was Nonqeba Monageng?
Nonqeba was my PA.
Yes.
And it appears from here that Dani is the person who sent an email to, it's not clear who, but states that there's a meeting to be held with General Libya and Brigadier Kaba from the DPCI on 31st January 2020. And
The
it sets out in...
sorry, the email is dated 23 June 2020. So she is referring to the meeting that would have occurred in January.
That is correct. She's forwarding an email
Yes.
of Dani's that refers to the meeting of the 31st of January 2020. And Dani briefly...
That meeting of January 2020 is the meeting that you held with General Libya of the DPCI.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
And Dani puts together just a brief 4 points of what were some of the key agreements at this meeting. One is to put a plan together
the agreements relating to the TRC cases.
That's correct.
All right.
One is to put a plan together to address all the 140 outstanding cases, how it will be prioritized. To Advocate McAdam and Brigadier Kaba will develop a plan, and the team will report to General Libya.
Who was Brigadier Kaba?
My understanding is that he's a member of the DPCI.
Okay.
And 3, also resource planning, which was critical. General Libya had indicated that he's in the process of appointing about 200 former SAPS officials, retired by advertisement on 1 March 2020, which will also deal with the backlog of TRC cases. And 4thly, the team will meet in the next 2 to 3 weeks and report to the NDPP and General Libya.
Yes. Just for completeness, in paragraph 20, you mentioned that General Libya was the head of the DPCI and has since retired.
That is correct. He has since retired.
Now, for the public, the DPCI are the hawks.
Yes, director.
Sometimes it's better for the people.
Yes. I just
also
don't know
to
the
refer to the hawks.
That would be the Hawks. What does DPCI stand for, info?
It's the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigations. So
Thank
the
you.
official name is the DPCI, also known as the Hawks.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. I would like you to take us through.
Mr. Gwala, before you leave this page, 00026,
Yes, Commissioner.
Advocate Batoy, it's correct that if I'm reading this correctly, at this time of the meeting on the 31st of January 2020, there were 140 outstanding TRC cases,
That is-
according to this.
That's correct.
Okay. Just bear that number in mind when you deal with paragraph 21 of your affidavit.
Yes, can you take us through paragraph 21 then?
So, as I indicate there, that the onset of COVID-19, you'll recall, commissioners, that we went into hard lockdown in March of 2020. It did have the effect of slowing down the implementation of certain initiatives. But at this time, internally, the NPA continued to have virtual meetings, and the PCLU conducted an audit of every death in detention that was reported by the TRC, identifying 55 cases for investigation, and in addition to the 59 already under investigation. So I will clarify that my recollection at this time in 2020, when this meeting happened, is that we were given to understand that there were 140 outstanding cases. I should state at this point that Advocate Shabnam Singh, who is the coordinator of TRC matters and dealt with all of the operational matters, will have a better understanding of all the figures and how they relate to each other, and where there may be figures that don't seem to be, the same. She will be able to explain why. But with regard to what I say in paragraph 21, after the audit, these figures, these 55 cases were identified, in addition to 59 that we were, as a result of the audit, aware that was under investigation at the time.
So Ms. Singh will be able to explain this discrepancy in numbers.
That is correct.
Thank you, Commissioner. In paragraph 22 onwards, you talk of the workshop that you had together with the DPCI, that is the Hawks. What was the purpose of those workshops, of that workshop? The one in December 2020?
Yes. So we wanted to develop a sort of common approach and understanding to how we deal with the TRC matters. It involved a review and the reconciliation of the NPA and the DPCI TRC case lists, because they had their own case lists, the NPA had their case lists, and things were not speaking to each other. So we wanted to reconcile all of this and come up with one consolidated list. Also, to look at the case management process by the NPA nodal points in the divisions that I had mentioned earlier, including the liaison with provincial heads of the DPCI to identify and assign and assign experienced investigators and prosecutors to the cases, as well as to strengthen communication between the NPA and DPCI, and to be clear about the PCLU's oversight role and management of these matters.
Yes. In paragraph 23, you refer to another workshop that was held in February 2021.
That's correct. I
Can
do.
you take us through that? Who were the participants in that workshop?
So, at this workshop, the NPA and the DPCI both attended a virtual workshop, which was organized by the Foundation for Human Rights. to discuss the establishment of a dedicated capacity for TRC matters. And there were several proposals that were presented at this workshop, including a discussion on the NPA's decentralized model with national oversight. We clarified that the capacity in the offices of the DPPs would be reinforced by the appointment of dedicated resources, and that a deputy DPP would deal exclusively with the management and oversight of TRC matters at the head office in the NPA, reporting directly to the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, the late Advocate R.J. de Kock.
Yes. Just for completeness, not that important, SB 0028 and 29 constitute the invitation sent by the by the Foundation for Human Rights,
That is correct.
who were the organizers of the workshop of February 2021.
Yes.
And
It
you say you
appears so.
participated in that workshop.
I did.
All right.
I participated in a couple of workshops, so it's
Yeah.
not clear here, but I seem to recall this is one that I did participate in.
Yes. In an attempt to capacitate the NPA, you approached the Department of Public Service and Administration to approve the additional capacity of prosecutors. That you state in paragraph 24. Can you take us through that?
Yes, so during 2021, we approached the Department of Public Service and Administration, which is the responsible department to approve deviations for additional capacity for a period beyond 12 months to prosecute cases emanating from the TRC. The reason for this is that these appointments were normally 12 months, and we wanted to have more stability in the people that were dealing with this matter. So we therefore asked for the deviation to appoint them for a period beyond 12 months. And this approval was granted in September of 2021 to appoint capacity additional to the establishment of the NPA for a period of 3 years. So as a result, in the 2021-22 financial year, the NPA appointed 13 additional prosecutors, bringing the total to 23 dedicated prosecutors that were working on TRC matters.
Okay. And can you take us through paragraph 25?
So this approval was coupled with the establishment of a TRC component on the 6th of September 2021 at the NPA's national office, still within the office of the NPS, with Advocate S.H. Singh as the coordinator of this component. Her duties were to oversee TRC matters, to deal with all related matters, challenges, to coordinate the progress of TRC matters in all divisions. The rationale behind establishing the TRC component was to adopt a focused approach with dedicated capacity that would ensure prioritization of TRC matters. It was also to enhance the NPA's internal capacity to processes, to ensure effective handling of these cases, and without, I emphasize, without any undue political interference, as per the Rodriguez judgment. The TRC component was to adopt a prosecution-guided investigation methodology in order for prosecutors to guide the investigators from the very early stages of the investigation and enhance the prospects of successful prosecutions.
And can you take us through paragraph 26
So
as well?
this PGI model yielded positive results.
Can we explain what is PGI?
Yes, the prosecutor-guided investigative model that I just mentioned in the context of paragraph 25,
Yes.
where prosecutors guide and advise investigators from early stages of the investigations to enhance the prospects of successful prosecutions. This model yielded some positive results if one has regard to the important inquests that were reopened and are pending in court, which include, amongst others, those of Griffiths Nkenge, Chief Albert Luthuli, the Northcrest 5, the Craddock 4, as the victims are known as, and also Steve Biko. It demonstrates that there was a commitment in the NPA to deal with these matters. So in cases where at the end of investigations we're not able to prosecute anyone for various reasons, and Advocate Singh can give a lot of details on this, that at least we reopened inquests where some of them where there were inquests already held and there were findings, various findings that no one was responsible for the death or death relating to suicide, etc., where we reopened these inquests, and in most of them, if not all, have called for formal inquests so that all the evidence can be led and at least the families can get some level of disclosure, of closure, even if there's no prosecutions that can be initiated in these matters.
In fact, we can put it like Advocate Singh will actually deal with the details of this
Yes,
matter. That
that is correct, she will.
Okay. Still, paragraph 27 about the capacitation. Take us through.
In April of 2022, there was a special director of public prosecutions in the NDPP's office, NPS, that had been appointed, and she had functions in the NPS, but was also, one of her functions was to assist with strategic oversight of TRC matters. A deputy director of public prosecutions, DDPP, and administrative personnel were also appointed to oversee and support the progress in TRC matters. 2 additional state advocates were also added to the TRC component, and this is just at the national office component that Advocate Singh leads the coordination.
Yes. Paragraph 28.
As far as the DPCI is concerned, to the best of my knowledge, after the COVID lockdown was over, in April 2021, they appointed 34 former police detectives for a contractual period of 3 years dedicated to the investigation of TRC cases, who worked together with the NPA's 23 dedicated prosecutors. And again, Advocate Singh will give details of how this worked.
Yes. In paragraph 30, you talk of the presentation you made to the Justice,
Yes.
the portfolio on justice and correctional services. Can you summarize that? What did you
Yes.
report to them?
We made several reports to the portfolio committee over my tenure. In most of the reports, if not all, the TRC cases would have been dealt with. But I recall that the portfolio committee also specifically asked for a separate presentation at some point only on TRC matters. But during this presentation in June, we mentioned the added capacity in the NPA. And I mentioned here 16 prosecutors and 33 investigators. I'm not sure whether those I'll have to check those figures and make sure they are correct, because I refer to 23 dedicated prosecutors in paragraph 28. So I do need to check those figures, Chairperson, at the time. The PGI initiatives were really, we focused on that and worked in very, very close cooperation with the DPCI. And as I mentioned, these are addressed in Advocate Singh's affidavit. And there was a lot of focus also at this time on training, which Advocate Singh will deal with in more detail. But at a strategic level, we realized that prosecutors were, we have very experienced prosecutors, but investigating and prosecuting these very old matters required some specialized skills that prosecutors needed to have, as well as investigators. And so there were a lot of training initiatives at the time to ensure that we enhance the prospects of successful prosecutions at the time. And Advocate Singh will elaborate on that tomorrow.
Yeah. The next key intervention you speak about is the enhancement on the stakeholder
Mr.
management.
Gwala, if I may interpose, would this not be a convenient time to adjourn for tea before you deal with the next issue?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will
Yes.
accept that. I did not notice that.
We'll take a tea adjournment until 11:15. Mr. Kwala?
Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners. We were moving to the next topic, but there is something you need to explain. There appears to be a discrepancy in paragraph 28 versus what is stated in paragraph 6. It may easily be confused. In paragraph
This is what is stated in what paragraph?
in paragraph 28, you make reference to 23 dedicated prosecutors. And in paragraph 30, you make reference to 16 prosecutors. Can you explain that?
Yes, I just want to clarify. This was before Advocate Singh's time, and she will not be able, but there is an explanation. If one looks at April 2021, there were 23 dedicated prosecutors. In paragraph 30, we're referring to a presentation made in June 2022. So clearly the numbers had dropped between that period, and there would have been a need to recruit and make sure that these positions were filled. But one of the challenges we did face as well is that because these positions were contractual positions and these prosecutors were getting experience in prosecutions, when there were permanent positions advertised within the NPA, they tended to apply, and some of them were appointed. So we were constantly trying to make sure that the capacity was maintained in this particular component.
Yes, thank you. Now, the next topic that you will be dealing with relates with the engagements you had with family members and the victims of the conflict of the past. And you start that in paragraph 31 at page 13 of your statement. Can you take us through that paragraph?
So, upon assuming office, and as I mentioned, amongst all of the pressures that the NPA was facing at the time, we took steps to meet with representatives of families whose members of these families had been victims of apartheid-era crimes, with legal teams, including former TRC commissioner, and organizations supporting such families, including the Foundation for Human Rights, the FHR, and the Apartheid-Era Victims Family Group, the AVFG. And if I may continue.
Yes, please.
On the next paragraph, we deal with some of those meetings in April.
But perhaps before we go to the next paragraph, that is paragraph 32, can we deal with your engagements that you had from a different document? Can you go to SB, Commissioners, I'll refer to SB 00063. It's, that's where the document begins. 65. No, 65, I apologize, Commissioners. Can you identify that document if you have found the page?
Yes, this is a document that I received from a letter from the Foundation for Human Rights, which sets out notes from a meeting that was held with the South African Coalition on Transnational Justice on 17 April 2019.
Yeah, but particularly, can you just read paragraph 1 and 2 of that letter?
Paragraph 1, on behalf of the South African Coalition on Transnational Justice. Sorry, I should say that the letter is...
It's quite long.
It's quite long, and it's signed by Yasmin Suka as the Executive Director of the FHR. On behalf of the South African Coalition on Transnational Justice, I would like to express my appreciation to you and your team for the constructive meeting held on 17 April 2019. For your ease of reference, I attach the list of the family members, lawyers, and former commissioners who were present yesterday in our meeting. The families have requested that I convey their appreciation for the meeting with you. I would also like to follow up our meeting by confirming a suitable date and time for a meeting in the week of 6 July 2019 to follow up on all of the issues raised. This meeting will take place with the legal and investigation teams representing the families of victims. Given the Minister's recent decision to reopen the Agate and Hafferty inquests, it is quite critical that such a meeting takes place quite soon. The recent death of Stephen Whitehead has once again raised the need to act with urgency so that the families of the victims are able to access justice in their lifetime.
Yes. Can I take you to page 67, same document. But this time I want to check with you your understanding of the matter relating to Els and the son and Mr. Sands. It is recorded in that correspondence from the FHR.
That's correct.
Can you take us through what do you understand about that matter? Perhaps can you just read that paragraph into the record?
Sure. We note that Ms. Andrea Johnson is reviewing the Seth Sons and Neville Els matter, and that her preliminary view is that there is not sufficient evidence to ground an indictment. In this regard, we respectfully refer you to the ruling by Judge Mosley in the Timol inquest, where on the evidence before him, he ruled that Els should be investigated for misleading the court, in that he stated that he only knew of the allegation of assault on detainees from the media, which is in conflict with the police records, which reflect that he was present as one of the interrogators when Professor Naik, in brackets Naik, was detained around the same time as that Ahmed Timol was detained, was subjected to the helicopter method of torture.
Yes. Can you stop there? I just wanted you to have an understanding of what we are dealing with. What do you know about the matter of Els? Perhaps let's put the question in this way. After the judgment that is referred to there in that paragraph, what happened to those matters?
So these matters were being dealt with by the DPP in North Gauteng, it's Pretoria. And the DPP made a decision to decline to prosecute the case. There was a review of, a request for a review to the NPA. This review process was handled by the late advocate Rodney de Kock. So in terms of the Constitution, the NPA Act, the NDPP has the power to review decisions of a DPP. NDPP does not take decisions to prosecute. I hasten to add the NDPP does decide in very specific cases like terrorism, etc., poker, racketeering. But generally, the DPPs take decisions to prosecute. They have the power to do so, legal power, and the NDPP has the power to review their decisions. The NDPP also has the power to delegate certain powers in terms of the Act. So the decision to the review power was delegated to the head of the National Prosecution Service, at the time Advocate Rodney de Kock, the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions. So he was dealing, and just so that the Commission understands to the extent that it might not, all of the DPPs report to the National Director through the Deputy National Director, and that would have been Advocate de Kock at the time. So he had delegated authority to deal with review matters, and this matter was dealt with by him. And there is an affidavit by Leon Fienemans, which is an attachment to Advocate Shabnam Singh's affidavit. It's Advocate Fienemans. And he sets out the process in that affidavit of what happened in the review up until the decision that was taken by Advocate de Kock also to decline to prosecute that case. Advocate Singh will deal with the process and the details, but at a very high level, just to say that they were very there were various challenges that Advocate de Kock refers to, and that's set out in Fieneman's affidavit relating to witnesses, particularly one witness that was abroad in London at the time. I think it was a Mr. Isup, who then was not willing to testify or to make an affidavit. So there were various challenges that were faced in terms of the investigation, and Advocate de Kock declined to prosecute that matter. But the entire process is set out in the affidavit, and Advocate Singh will take the commission through that process to the extent that the commission wants more details about what exactly those challenges were and what happened in that matter.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Let's then go back to your statement. You were taking us. You were in paragraph 31. The next is paragraph 32. There, in paragraph 32, you state that I will read it myself. In April and August 2019, meetings with stakeholders served to understand the frustrations in seeking to obtain justice for their loved ones, explore issues regarding dedicated capacity to deal with TRC cases. I highlight the following. Discuss concerns over alleged political interference that led to prolonged delays in the investigation and prosecution of the TRC cases, and explore possible forms of cooperation to obtain the common objectives of seeking justice for the victims of the apartheid crimes. When in that paragraph you refer to political interference that would have led to prolonged delays in the investigations and prosecution of the TRC cases, these allegations of political interference related to what period?
To the period before I took office.
Okay.
And I can categorically state now that there has been absolutely no political interference in the work of TRC or any other matters that the NPA handled during my tenure.
All right. Perhaps whilst you deal with that, let's deal with this question. You have read the papers in the application that is in the High Court, haven't you?
Yes, that's correct, some time ago.
Your summation, your understanding of the papers insofar as it relates to the allegations of interference, any form of interference, to what period do they pin their case to?
It's until 2017.
And you assumed your office in 2019?
That's correct.
Let's then continue. We will skip paragraph 33, it's there for the reading, and 34. Not that it is unimportant, but it's there for the reading. Can you take us through paragraph 35 then?
From June 2020 onwards, we strengthened our efforts to communicate with victims and their families. In fact, there was an issue that was raised at the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services about concerns that the NPA's poor communication with families of the victims, the concerns about this. And they were, complained about not being timeously updated by the NPA or receiving communications from the NPA before decisions were made public. And I think that particular matter related to the opening of an inquest where a public statement was made. And after this in particular, even though we had right from the outset, it was hugely important that we communicate with victims and families, constantly letting them know what's going on. Clearly there was an issue. So we dealt with this matter, and I know that there is a document, Council will perhaps refer to it later, from Advocate de Kock to DPPs about this matter in the bundle.
Yes. Commissioners, it will be page 0090.
page?
in the bundle, page SB 00090. If you have found the page, I will continue. Have you found the page?
I have, yes.
Can you just summarize the? It's from Advocate R.J. de Kock, who was the Deputy National Director for Public Prosecution, NPS, and it's addressed to all directors of public prosecutions.
That's correct.
And the subject is TRC communications with victims and families.
That's correct.
Right.
And it's dated the 20th of June 2022.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. Would you want to read through this?
Yes, that is Advocate de Kock's signature. And you will note here, Commissioners, is that Advocate de Kock writes to all DPPs and to the special DPPs, which will include the DPP in charge of TRC matters specifically, but understanding that at this point, matters had been decentralized to all DPPs. And we refer to the Portfolio Committee matter. He refers to it on 1 June, where there was an issue, a serious concern raised by the committee about poor communications, and that the NDPP had to tender an apology. And in paragraph 4, to avoid a recurrence, the NDPP has directed that henceforth a name list of all families and victims together with their contact numbers be obtained. Should the families be legally represented, their contact details should be reflected thereon. Prosecutors must liaise with families to ensure that a more victim-centered approach is followed. She reiterated that prosecutors were the lawyers, people's lawyers, and that prosecutors must play an active role in liaising with families. The NDPP also emphasized the NPA's commitment to ensuring progress on the TRC matters with the creation of a dedicated component within the NPS and a dedicated capacity within the NPA to deal strictly with TRC matters only. In line with the NDPP's directives, kindly let us have a contact list detailing the names by not later than 29 July 2022, I paraphrase.
Yes, thank you. And then there is a further engagement you referred to in paragraph 37.
Yes, that's correct.
That was an engagement with the FHR.
Yes.
And
it's 2 engagements that's referred to in 23 and 24.
yes. You can confirm that there has been several engagements you had with the families and the stakeholders in relation to TRC cases.
Yes, I've had engagements, but more so, Advocate de Kock and the other staff members of the NPAs would have had a lot more engagements with the families in particular.
What is your assessment of the outcome of those engagements? For instance, were families satisfied?
My understanding is that families that we engaged with were very satisfied with the fact that we had adopted this approach. If I recall, there was a letter by Mr. Kaji that he wrote thanking the NPA and in particular for the sessions where they were able to actually meet with prosecutors and investigators and discuss the cases themselves. So a lot of effort was put into keeping the families updated or the legal representatives about what was happening in investigations and prosecutions.
Until the time you left the office, were such engagements occurring?
Yes, that's correct.
In paragraphs 42, 43, you talk about accountability to Parliament. You have covered that briefly. I don't think you need to get to that in details, but we'll come back to the letter of Mr. Kaji once it is located. But can we take paragraph 45? It's on page 17 of your statement. You can take us through that paragraph.
So when
you
we
are ready.
appeared before the Portfolio Committee on the 25th of November, 2022, to provide a further progress update on the TRC matters, the NPA informed the committee members that the dedicated capacity had been further enhanced, and it stood at 25 dedicated prosecutors and 40 dedicated investigators who had been appointed in the divisions. This had resulted in an additional 32 new investigations having been opened from between May and October of 2022, bringing the total to 129 matters under investigation at that time.
So would it be correct to say the number of cases that are being investigated kept increasing as the work was being done?
Yes, as the work was being done and assisted by the enhanced capacity, of course.
Yes.
And Advocate Singh again can speak a lot to the detail of that.
All right.
The committee was also informed that the progress was linked to monthly monitoring and evaluation of progress on all matters and the implementation of interventions to ensure support to the divisions, and regular interactive DPCI NPA engagements, which were referred to as accountability sessions, attended by prosecutor and investigator, seized with a relevant matter, together with their supervisor and heads, and also ongoing skills transfers.
Yes. Paragraph 46.
We appeared again before the Portfolio Committee on the 17th of September 2024, and we were able to show the committee that since 2019, the NPA had indeed been committed to dealing with TRC matters, and the report showed progress made over the years and progress that was being made continuously. The presentation highlighted that in 2024, the dedicated capacity had been slightly reduced due to the expiration of some of the 3-year contracts that had started in 2021. These setbacks were offset by deputy directors of public prosecutions in the divisions overseeing and guiding TRC prosecutors. Further, where there were no dedicated prosecutors, the DPPs appointed prosecutors from the permanent staff to assist on TRC matters. In some divisions where there is no dedicated prosecutor, DDPPs oversee these matters. That's deputy DPPs. These measures enabled the NPA, working with the DPCI, to sustain progress on investigations, which stood at 126 as at September 2024.
Yes. Paragraph 47.
We did get budget allocations which were favorable, and we therefore obtained approval in October 2024 for the creation of 19 permanent posts. And this is important because it's for the first time that we get permanent prosecutor posts. I explained earlier that with the temporary capacity contracts, where there were permanent posts that were advertised in the NPA, prosecutors in the TRC components would prefer those permanent posts. So we now had 19 permanent posts that were created in the NPA, dedicated to TRC matters. And at that time of making the affidavit, the process was underway to apply for an additional 10 posts. But in the interim, what's happening is that, and Advocate Singh can talk to this, we've looked at where the most cases are and the workloads, and looked at reallocating resources and dedicating some of the existing resources to areas where the workload is greater, and whether these 10 additional posts, I'm not sure what the current National Director is doing about it, but what we did do is reallocate resources so that, cases did get the necessary attention.
In paragraph 48, you deal with the submissions that were made by FHR to the Portfolio Committee, to which you were asked to respond. What were those submissions, if you recall?
They were very comprehensive
Yeah.
submissions, and I think they included in the bundle. We were asked to respond in writing to those submissions, which we did on the 27th of March 2025, and I understand that that response is also in the bundle.
The response is in the submissions themselves are in SB 00160. Your responses, so to say, are in the document in SB 00160.
Yes, the NPA response is
Yeah.
SB 000160.
Is it 000 or 00?
Was it double? I'm not sure.
Yes, it's
My
00.
apologies.
Up to SB 00199.
That's correct.
All right. Can you take us through paragraph 50?
I should just mention quickly on paragraph 49 that after those submissions were made to the portfolio committee, there was a virtual portfolio committee meeting that was convened where the committee considered the responses that the NPA had provided. Well, not just the NPA, but the DPCI as well, the responses that we had provided to the FHR submissions. So there was a virtual meeting that was held. I recall at that portfolio committee meeting, Dr. Zaid Kimi of the FHR did raise some concerns still, and I committed to meeting with him after that to discuss these matters. We did meet with him. I did meet with him at the NPA's head office to deal with to listen to and understand any remaining concerns, and also to strengthen our working relationship, given that, as I always said, it was our common goal, the NPA as well as the families and the legal representatives, to pursue justice for the victims of apartheid-era crimes. We had a very constructive meeting with Dr. Kimi and a colleague of his at the NDPP's office on the 1st of January 2025, and there was a further commitment to develop structured engagements with the FHR, NPA, and DPCI.
Thank you. In the next chapter, you deal with the assessment of the TRC measures implemented by the NPA. In particular, you deal therein with the period from the judgment of Rodriguez. Can you, in summary, tell us or tell the Commission what did the NPA do following the judgment in the Rodriguez matter?
So as I indicated earlier, when I took office in February 2019, the South Gauteng High Court was seized with this matter. And the judgment in the matter was delivered on the 3rd of June 2019, and I understand that that is also in the bundle. The judgment referred to, I now deal with paragraph 52,
Yes.
inverted commas, political interference having materially affected the ability of the NPA to properly deal with TRC cases, in that the resources that were necessary to conduct proper investigations were not forthcoming. Whereas the court did not pronounce on the form of this political interference, it nonetheless found that whatever form the political interference took, the NPA was enjoined in terms of both its constitutional and legal responsibilities to act on behalf of society and protect the public interest. At 53, the court further found as follows.
Perhaps you can leave paragraph 53.
Yes, it's a quote from the
Yes,
judgment.
what is of interest to me is what was the reaction of the NPA following this judgment?
Thank you, Counsel. Following the judgment at paragraph 54, I communicated with the then Minister of Justice, Lamola, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ronald Lamola, regarding the possible way forward. In April 2022, I received an unsigned copy of a legal opinion provided by the Department of Justice, the branch court services, which suggested that it might not be appropriate for a retired judge to undertake an investigation, which was one of the options on the table at the time.
What investigation would that be?
As suggested in the Rodriguez judgment, to look into possible political interference
Yes.
in the work of the NPA, considering that the courts might be seized with the matter as a final arbiter. The opinion suggested that an investigating panel chaired by senior counsel might be more appropriate.
Did you appoint a senior counsel to deal with the matter?
Well, I did in 23, but already before that, in May 2022, I wrote to the minister requesting him to appoint a panel headed by senior counsel to investigate this aspect.
Yes.
In July, the minister and I had a virtual meeting, 27 July 2022, to discuss the matter, and the minister decided to source a legal opinion from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor to guide on the next steps. And then on 29th of August 2022, I received a legal opinion of the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor from Minister Lamola. The minister indicated that, premised on paragraph 19 of the opinion, it fell within the discretion of the NPA to decide upon consideration of the facts whether an investigation was warranted. And then the opinion of paragraph is set out there. And then what I did after that is on 5th of October 2022, I wrote to Minister Lamola to inform him that after having carefully considered the matter, and I would add, together with the executive committee of the NPA, the leadership of the NPA had decided to appoint senior counsel whose mandate would be to review the measures that have been adopted by the NPA to deal with TRC matters and to assess whether they are appropriate. If they were found not to be adequate, senior counsel would be asked to make recommendations to strengthen them. If, in the process of the review, senior counsel had reason to believe that there is information that would amount to a violation of Section 1.1 of the NPA Act, such issues were to be escalated to the NDPP to take forward accordingly. If necessary, the NPA would refer the matter for criminal investigation. Counsel would be given 3 months to conduct the work.
And the counsel was eventually appointed?
In January 2023, Advocate Dumisa Nsibeza SC was appointed.
Yeah. And he provided the opinion?
That's correct. He provided an opinion, first a draft in June 2023, and then a final opinion was received on 2nd November 2023.
The commissioners, the opinion, for what is worth, is in SB 00308. SB.
What does it mean for what it is worth? Is it worth our while?
It is.
Come again with the page number.
The page number is SB 00308. He makes, you deal, in paragraph 62, you deal with the key findings of Advocate Nsibeza assisting you with how to deal with the TRC cases. Can you take us through that?
Yes, the key findings, in his opinion, were that the measures that were adopted and implemented by the TRC component in the NPA, that is, to deal with TRC matters, were in large part adequate. That many cases were at the beginning stages of investigations, and he identified challenges, including the availability of evidence, the tracing of witnesses, dockets, and inquest reports, legal representation for ex-SAPS employees, and budgetary constraints for reconstruction, that's of scenes, amongst others. That 62.3, that the monitoring and oversight role of the TRC monthly reporting system was accepted, that the appointment of dedicated prosecutors provided certainty and accountability, that appropriate communication channels have been set up between prosecutors and families, that the accountability sessions were important where the TRC DPCI heads, that's a Hawks, in each division, and prosecutors met to update one another on approaches adopted and developments in each case. It also found that the hybrid structure of the TRC component was satisfactory. The TRC component is made up of a combination of both dedicated TRC investigators and prosecutors working together towards a common objective. The opinion also accepted that the NPA, through the TRC component, retains centralized control and the sole responsibility under the authority of the NDPP NPS which ensures that investigators and prosecutors are assigned solely to investigations and prosecutions.
Yes. Then in page SB 00377, he makes certain recommendations.
Yes. That is correct.
Yes. The recommendations are there for reading. What is of interest to me is whether the NPA has done its best to implement the recommendations as per that opinion.
Yes, that is correct. Advocate Shabnam, a lot of it is operational in nature, and Advocate Singh will testify about that tomorrow when she appears before the Commission. There's one particular recommendation. If the commissioners will please bear with me, council can guide me. It's on the guidelines or policy.
What is that? Can you repeat yourself?
My apologies for this, Chairperson.
Are you looking under recommendations?
Yes, I am.
You say the recommendation deals with what?
Well, my recollection is there was something about a policy issue that was mentioned, but I don't see it here.
Is it not paragraph 150.2?
Ah, thank you. That's correct. The speed reading doesn't help sometimes. The NPA should expedite the finalization of a TRC prosecutor policy and training manual. In this regard, the matter was discussed, and it was considered that the current policy of the NPA, which deals with the prosecution of cases, was sufficient. In addition, the NPA had prioritized TRC matters. In this regard, I should mention at this point that it was included in the annual operation plans of the NPA and the NPS. My understanding is right from 2020 to 2025, but Council will perhaps deal with that at a later stage. I'm not sure, but we did, what we did do is include in the annual plans very specifically that the TRC matters needed to be dealt with, and there were specific indicators related to TRC matters. And I don't have a copy of it here, but I'm sure that in Advocate de Kock's performance contract, there was also an issue relating to monitoring, to investigating and prosecuting TRC matters and monitoring progress with those TRC matters. So this particular recommendation, it was decided that the current prosecution policy sufficiently deals with it, but there was a lot of work. There was no training manual as such, but there's a lot of work that's been done with regard to training, and Advocate Singh will testify about that.
Chairperson and Commissioners, the operational plan that the witness is talking about is being printed through the assistance of the evidence leaders. It is not before you at the moment, but it will be before you shortly.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's finalize then. We will not now ask for a stand down for 5 minutes because I'm told that such documents are available, but the people are avoiding moving up and down, circulating the documents. But we are not asking for a stand down now. Just want to finalize it. Then we will ask for stand down. Let's then conclude what you say, your evidence as per the the statement you have submitted, and I want you to take us and just read it into the record, paragraph 65 and 66.
The conclusion, Counsel.
Yes.
By deposing to this affidavit, I've sought to demonstrate that the NPA has since 2019, through the actions set out above, taken concrete steps to ensure that there's accountability for the atrocious crimes referred by the TRC. The NPA's actions and progress in dealing with TRC cases during this time bear testament to this. In line with the NPA's victim-responsive approach, the NPA will continue to prioritize the interests of victims and apartheid-era crimes in the pursuit of justice for them and their loved ones. I would hasten to add, Chairperson, that at times I must concede things did not take place as quickly as one would have liked it to, particularly the victims and the families. But it was circumstances that we are operating in that made it difficult, but we certainly tried to do whatever we can. And Advocate Singh will set out a lot more of the technical and operational detail to fast-track these matters, to progress with them, and to get them to a point where DPPs could make decisions either to prosecute or to open inquests as appropriate. Thank you.
Yes. In paragraph 65, you limit your accountability from the period since 2019 to the time you retired. What I would wish to inquire from you is this: how have you ensured that your predecessors, the former NDPPs, were able to come to the Commission and account for their periods?
Chairperson and Commissioners, as I mentioned, we took a decision at the EXCO Executive Committee that we will fully cooperate and support all NPA staff members, whether current or ex, and that with regard to previous staff members, the NPA will provide the necessary financial support for legal counsel should they need it. And I appointed Mr. Madlala in the NDPP's office to coordinate, and as well as Advocate Mahaga, to coordinate with ex-colleagues to make sure that they got the relevant support, that the necessary documentation was provided, etc. I did not receive any reports from any one of them that there were any challenges, but there was a structure, there was key focal persons put in place to make sure that we rendered the necessary support to them.
Earlier, you testified that you are not aware of any allegations of interference or pressure being exerted to NPA, at least during your period. But you were the NDPP. How would you advise such matters should be dealt with if there was an interference? How would you have dealt with an interference?
So if there was any political interference from either a president or a minister, the executive, member of the executive, then if, for example, there was interference with regard to TRC matters, I think the first thing a national director would be required to do is to have a conversation with the relevant member of the executive and to explain that interference in the work of the NPA could amount to a criminal offense, and that in the view of the national director, what the executive is doing could amount to a criminal offense, and inform them that if this continues as a national director, you will have to take the necessary steps to ensure the matter is investigated and potentially prosecuted. It's possible executive members may not be aware of limitations of power, etc., so it's important to have a conversation to put the relevant person, so to speak, on notice that this is not acceptable and could amount to an offense, and if it continues, then a national director has no option but to investigate and prosecute the matter.
May I just consult with my junior?
Yes, you may.
Can you talk a bit about the prosecuting policy? The Act assigns powers to the NDPP to determine the prosecution policy. You are aware of that?
That is correct.
Can you take us through that, particularly the role that would be played by the minister?
So I think it's Section 21 of the NPA Act
Yes.
that states that an NDPP, and I think the Act on our
And the Constitution as well.
yes, and the Constitution is the NDPP shall determine prosecution policy in concurrence with the minister and after consultation with the directors of public prosecutions. And so the minister certainly has a role to play in aspects of policy of the NPA. The way it would unfold in practice is that the national director would, in the NPA, decide that, this is a policy matter that needs to be dealt with, and then would engage with the minister with regard to the policy, get any inputs from the minister. Of course, you have to, in terms of the Act, consult with DPPs, and then at the end of the day, policies are adopted in concurrence with the minister as per the law.
All right. Commissioners, I think that time has come for me to request a stand down, maybe just for about 5 minutes, so that
Yes.
the document is circulated.
We'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank you. Yes, that will be SB.
5. Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Advocate Batoy, because of your evidence, you referred.
Excuse me, Chairperson. I think there's a bit of confusion. If you, with your leave, if Mr. Gwala can repeat the annexed charge.
Next chart. I can, Chairperson. There's a document which is written National Prosecuting Service Annual Operational Plan 2025-2026. That is SB1. And then there is Gauteng Local Division Annual Performance Plan 2020-2021. That one is SB2. What is SB3 now? And then there is the Annual Operational Plan 2023-2024. That will be SB3. Then the performance agreement for Deputy National Director Public Prosecution, that will be SB4. And lastly, the letter from the Foundation for Human Rights dated 29 January 2029 will be
2026.
my apologies, Commissioner, Chairperson, 2026, it will be SB 5. The document that will start with logically will be SB 1 because that's how we have sequenced the documents. Advocate Batoy, have you got the Annual Operational Plan 2025-2026, the National Prosecution Service?
Yes, I do have that.
And that document we have marked SB1.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you identify that document? What is it?
This is the annual operational plan of the National Prosecution Service, which is one of the units in the NPA, which is headed up by Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions. And this is the business unit that deals with all prosecutions across the country, except for those, of course, now in the IDAC. And so this is the operational plan at a national level of the National Prosecution Service for the year 2025-2026.
Would there have been such documents for other financial years?
Yes, that is correct. There would be one for every financial year.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
But in page 31, Commissioner, have you found the page, Ms.
Yes,
Batu?
I am there, thank you.
In Roman figure number 4, can you take us through that paragraph?
Yes, this section of the document is part of the situation analysis aspect of this document, the environment, and so it deals with just a very short, brief description of the TRC component and what it is meant to do.
All right. Can you go to page 50 then and explain the last column there?
Page 50 on this annual operational plan, this is the section that unpacks the various programs and the the indicators, targets, etc., and also the activities of the various aspects of the work of the NPS. And in page 50, at the bottom, it deals with effective prosecutions conducted, and then under that, the TRC matters, and it sets out various activities. Should I read that into the record?
Yes, please.
To prioritize and deal with recommendations of the TRC as per the 7 volumes of the report, thoroughly screen and identify matters that require referral to DPCI and relevant DPP divisions, maintain a register where all referrals are processed, including those with a decision taken, ensure relevant divisions have the dedicated capacity to deal with specifically with TRC matters, regular and constructive monitoring of progress within divisions, coordinators to manage and monitor strict timeframes and turnaround times to ensure quality and timeous decisions to enhance proper service delivery, increase NPA DPCI accountability sessions, including the compilation of case plans and investigation with investigating officers, challenges to be identified with solutions, increase in media coverage on TRC matters, training and skills transfer, increase efforts to prioritize and expedite training and development, including finalization of the proposal to deal with TRC matters, develop and facilitate joint training initiatives with other law enforcement agencies to address, amongst others, FATF recommendations in commercial crimes, ensure training in specialized prosecutions, provide proper guidance to prosecutors, investigators, and DPCI members, sharing of precedents, indictments, legal opinions, case law, heads of arguments, interlocutory applications, etc. Victims, families, role players, increase efforts to engage with families, victims, to collectively drive with families and victims and restore credibility in the NPA, ensure regular consultation with and update families and victims regularly, increase efforts to engage with other governmental and non-governmental organizations to assess important documentation in their possession pertaining to the TRC, effective collaboration with other stakeholders.
So this would have been your business plan for the year 2025-2026?
Yes, that's correct, for the National Prosecution Service unit,
Yes.
business unit.
Yes. And you say, do you confirm that in respect of other years there would be such a plan?
Yes, that's correct.
We can put that document aside, Commissioners. The next document that I would like us to deal with is SB2, the Gauteng Local Division Performance, Annual Performance Plan 2020-2021. Have you got that document before you?
I do, Counsel.
Would you please explain what that document is?
So after the plans, the operational plans, like the example that I just dealt with just now, SB1, are finalized at the national office. In the divisions, they would then prepare their own divisional annual performance plans. And this Gauteng Local Division 1 is an example, but there would be one like this for each of the divisions across the country. There are now 10 divisions.
And for each financial year?
And for each financial year, that's correct. If you note, this is for the annual performance plan for 2020-2021, so this is very early in my term. And at page 25, to which you've referred me, you would note that one of the indicators in this plan, under the Part C on page 24, which refers to program outputs, the various performance indicators that start from page 24 at paragraph 3.2 and annual targets, and on page 25, the second line from the top under the section output indicator, the row output indicator, you see percentage of TRC reviews concluded. Now at this you'll see baseline, because at this stage, at the very early stage, we were doing a review of all the TRC matters and trying to understand exactly what was in our space so that we could have a baseline, and then years that follow, we'd be able to then have a proper target with regard, have understanding what the baseline is. So this shows that from the very start, we were beginning to properly manage and try to understand and review and deal with TRC matters.
And the details of that, of how the TRC matters were handled, will be covered by Advocate Singh.
That's correct, the operational detail.
All right. Which page? Commissioners, we can put aside that document and now go to SB3. And in particular, we'll take page 16 there, but may you please identify that document first?
Yes, Council Commissioners, this is now another annual operational plan, similar to SB2, which was for the Gauteng local division for the year 2020 and 2021. This one, SB3, is for the Northern Cape division, as noted at the bottom of the covering page, for the year 2023-2024.
Yes. Can you take us to page 16?
At page 16 of this document, and again, this is an example of document that would have been prepared every year in each of the divisions. At page 16, the issue of TRC matters is dealt with under the section headed on page 15, effective prosecutions conducted. TRC matters and then various activities are set out in bullet point.
Yes.
Maintain a register of all referrals to the division, fully capacitate divisions to ensure that the prosecutors deal specifically with TRC matters, regular and constructive monitoring of progress within divisions, coordinator to manage and monitor strict time frames and turnaround times to ensure quality and timeous decisions to enhance proper service, it should be delivery, increased NPA DPCI accountability sessions, including a compilation of case plans with investigating officers, challenges to be identified with solutions, increase in media coverage, finalize tailored contracts to specific TRC prosecutors. Victims, families, role players, increase efforts to engage families, victims to collectively drive with families and victims to restore credibility in the NPA, to ensure regular consultation with and update families and victims regularly, increase efforts to engage with other government and non-governmental departments. It should be organizations to assess important documentation in their possession pertaining to TRC, effective collaboration with other stakeholders. So this is similar to the Gauteng local division, but this was carried through every year in all of the divisions.
Yeah. And there is also an performance agreement for the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecution, which is SB4. We've named it SB4. For what financial year is that performance agreement?
It's for the year 2023-2024. I had requested the agreement from the office. They unfortunately sent the unsigned version. It's a draft. I would imagine the signed one would be very close to this, and we can get that if it's required.
But what performance?
Sorry, it's for the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate de Kock, and I, as his supervisor. This would have been signed between him and me every year.
Yes. What does it provide insofar as the TRC cases are concerned?
In page 5, it states oversight of TRC matters, monitor the progress of TRC cases, decisions on prosecutions, closure or reopening of inquests, monitor capacity to deal with cases, improve. The MPTT is the Missing Persons Task Team. And I'll just explain that in a minute. Move MPTT from PCLU to the TRC component specifically, ensure review and NPA measures adopted to deal with and prosecute TRC matters. That's by Advocate Nsebeze SC. So the Missing Persons Task Team was sitting outside of this TRC component, and their function essentially was to to trace and recover the remains of victims of apartheid-era atrocities, both within South Africa as well as outside its borders, and to return the remains in a dignified ceremony to families and victims. So here, it makes reference to move the MPTT to this component so that they can work more closely together to enhance coordination, efficiency, etc.
Yeah. The sum total then of these documents would be that the NPA has got a plan, or has set out a plan to deal with the TRC cases.
So the sum total of, yes, that's correct, Chairperson. In fact, from the very strategic level, from the NPS level, moving down through the divisions to the performance contract of the Deputy National Director that he signs with me, it will also be reflected in the performance contracts of those that would be signed between the Deputy National Director, as Advocate de Kock was at the time, and the DPPs below him, and then cascaded down to prosecutors. So it shows that right from a high strategic level down to the operations, we were ensuring that TRC matters got the necessary attention.
In your view, were the stakeholders that you were serving, insofar as the TRC cases are concerned, satisfied with the plans that you have set up?
I know that there were certain concerns about the decentralized model that were raised by in particular, the Foundation for Human Rights. We had various discussions, in fact, conversations about it. There's one reference to a meeting in my affidavit, but there were various conversations. I am aware that the foundation was not, well, I don't want to, I'm sure they would be able to put things more correctly, but my understanding is that they were not satisfied with the model that the NPA had adopted, and they would have preferred an investigating directorate model similar to the lines of an IDAC, for example, with an investigating director. But that said, what I can say is that the model, I am very satisfied that the model we implemented is in fact a good model, in the sense that it resides within the DPP's offices. There are relevant resources that are allocated. There is a national coordinator with strategic higher level oversight, and that if you look at, and Advocate Singh will come through and give a lot of operational detail tomorrow, you'll be able to see all of the progress that's been made on a whole lot of cases with regard to the stages of the investigations, with regard to decisions whether to hold inquests, to reopen many inquests, to prosecute in some cases. I accept that the numbers of prosecutions, we would have wanted more prosecutions, but she will explain in detail, that's Advocate Singh, the challenges that you have. And at the end of the day, as prosecutors, we can only take decisions to prosecute when we're satisfied that the evidence meets the standard that's required to enroll. We cannot prosecute no matter how much we want to hold people accountable, like the families. A decision to prosecute can only be taken if we meet the required evidentiary standard. And Advocate Singh will testify a lot about that in all the cases that she's handled. But I am satisfied that a lot of progress has been made with this model. Whether the families are completely satisfied, I cannot say, but we've been really trying our best to make sure that the families get a level of closure and that there is justice. Understanding as well that these are old cases. Victims are dying, suspects are dying, accused person died in the Rodriguez matter. And the longer the time period, the less chances there are to actually have prosecutions. But we can only work within what we have, and we've really been trying hard to get these cases to court, working with the DPCI that investigates the matter. But I do know that Dr. Kimi has indicated a level of satisfaction with what we've tried to do in the years, in the past 6 or 7 years.
Perhaps that takes you to SB5 then. Would you read that into the record?
Council. So this is a letter that I was not aware of until consultation on Tuesday last week, was it? And Advocate Shabnam Singh asked if I was aware of this letter, and I said I wasn't, because as you note, it's dated 29 January 2026, so that's 2 days before I left office. It's a letter that's written by Dr. Zaid Kimi, and it's addressed to me.
From which organization?
From the Foundation for Human Rights. It's addressed to me as the then National Director. It says, Dear Advocate Batoy, incorrectly spelled. On behalf of the Foundation for Human Rights, I would like to thank you for your many years of service as the National Director of Public Prosecutions, NDPP. While we have at times differed in our views on how the TRC cases should be handled, or in our assessment of the progress in resolving those cases, we have greatly valued your and your team's openness to engagements, your willingness to listen to our concerns and proposals, and your efforts to identify possible paths forward. After many of little to no progress, your team approached the issue of the TRC cases with an admirable degree of seriousness, taking the unprecedented step of making public commitments to pursuing these matters. This commitment translated into substantial changes in the NPA. Throughout our interactions, you have consistently engaged with us in a professional, sensitive, and transparent manner, an approach which is greatly appreciated. While for many victims and their families, meaningful legal remedies have come too late, we nonetheless recognize and value your efforts to advance accountability and justice in a challenging and complex environment. We wish you every success in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
And I wish to say to Dr. Kimi, I'm sorry he didn't get a response to it, but we certainly appreciate his appreciation for the work of the NPA in trying to bring justice to victims of TRC atrocities.
Yeah. Advocate, but can we deal with another subject? You have heard about the evidence of Mr. Ganda, who says he wrote a letter to your office regarding the matter of...
Mr. Kanda.
Did I say?
You said Miss.
I apologize.
Yes.
It's Mr. Ganda sent a letter to your office regarding the matter of the late Gabi. Are you aware of that, and what is your comment? Perhaps let's put the question in this way. How did you deal with that matter when it arose?
Well, firstly, I can't recall receiving the email, but what I can say is that the matter received attention. The email was responded to, and Advocate Shabnam Singh, because this is an operational matter, what normally happens when the National Director receives lots of emails from lots of people. And what I would do normally is that I would forward that email to the relevant Deputy National Director whose portfolio it relates to, and ask them to give the matter the attention, and also they would respond to the representative. In this case, there were responses. Advocate Singh has deposed to a supplementary affidavit in this matter that sets out what transpired after that, and she will be able to testify about it. But the matter was attended to.
Thank you. I think I'm done with you. Is there any comment you would wish to make before I leave you?
No, thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson and Commissioners, that will be the evidence for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Kwala. Ms. Moroka?
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Rokhoto?
Thank you, Chair. I have no clarification questions.
Yes. Ms. DeForce?
Thank you, Chair. No questions.
Mr. Poppy? No questions. Your mic is not on.
Thank you, Chair. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Van?
Chair, we do have some follow-up. Just testing. Chair, we do have follow-up questions. We estimate we will need about 30 to 40 minutes.
30 to 40 minutes.
Indeed.
Yes. Yes, we'll afford you an opportunity to put your clarificatory questions before we adjourn for lunch.
Thank you, Chair. I'm indebted. Advocate Betoy, just as Dr. Kimi expressed his gratitude for your open door policy, I wish to do the same and to place on record that you were always open to discussion, even when we had some fundamental disagreements. We appreciated the fact that you were always willing to talk and see us to engage on matters seriously.
Thank you.
I'm happy that you placed on record that we actually have a long relationship, going back to the mid-1990s. And as you mentioned to the Commission, we served together on an investigation into hit squads. You were in the investigation task unit, and I was in the investigation task board overseeing that particular unit. And Commissioners, I want to place on record that Advocate Betoy did stellar work in preparing dockets for prosecution, in particular in relation to hit squads, allegations of hit squads within the KwaZulu police. Sadly, Advocate Betoy, as you will recall, the then Attorney General decided not to take that case forward.
Yes, I recall very well.
I will be sneaky and place on record that we have resubmitted that docket to the DPP's office, the nodal point in Pietermaritzburg. We are waiting for a response. It's been about 2 years now, but I'm not going to bother you with that.
I wasn't aware that that had been done. I would have asked for a report on it.
If we can turn to the period 2000 to 2009, you mentioned in your evidence in chief that although you were DPP in KZN, you didn't deal with TRC matters for the reason that the PCLU was seized with all those cases. Now, in fact, that particular period is of great interest to this Commission, and it is the submission of the families that the period of the 2000s, particularly from 2003 towards the end of that decade, was the period of the most intense political interference. And I just want to make it clear, and you were already aware of this, that we, of course, are not suggesting or claiming that any political interference took place during your tenure. We're not suggesting that you collaborated or you were subjected or you succumbed to any political interference. We need to make that clear. We will, however, be making the submission that the period 2000 to 2009 and then the years going up to around 2017, that the impact of the neglect arising from the interference that lingered into your period. So even though there was no political interference that we're aware of during your tenure, your ability to take on the cases and pursue them expeditiously were impacted by what had happened before. Would you agree with that contention?
Well, what I can say is that the delays in dealing with these matters expeditiously definitely impacted on the ability to properly investigate and prosecute these matters. In the prosecution of any matter, delays create challenges. And if these matters, given that they were already old matters in the 2000s, that, if they had been dealt with earlier, the possibility of more success would have been there. But we have, because of the time factor and what has happened over the years, it has indeed seriously hampered the ability to prosecute these matters, investigate and prosecute them.
And if we turn to the next period, which is roughly from 2010 to 2019, when you assumed office, in your evidence in chief, you mentioned that on the 9th, in October 2009, that's when you left for the office of the prosecutor at the International Criminal Court. And so, of course, you would not be familiar with what took place between late 2009 and 2019. But I just want to put to you what happened in relation to the TRC cases, at least in terms of numbers. According to our records, between 2007 and around 2016, there wasn't a single prosecution or inquest of any TRC matter. That's a period of close to 10 years. And in 2016, when an indictment was issued in the Nokatula Simelane matter, that only came about because Tembi Simelane went to court to compel a decision, and then ultimately the then NDPP decided to pursue that case. And then in 2017, we saw the historic Timol inquest. I should say that the Timol family had to place the NPA on terms, had to issue a letter of demand to get that inquest going. So what is your response to the fact that in those years there was almost no activity, and the little that happened had to be compelled in a sense?
Commissioners, Chairperson and Commissioners, I'm aware that the scope for objection is very limited in these proceedings. But on record, the witness has told the Commission that for the period 2000 and to about 2019, when she assumed the position, she cannot make any comment in that regard because she is not aware of what was happening. And former NDPPs have been brought to the Commission to deal with such matters as they arose during their period of functioning. I'm a bit uncomfortable, therefore, requiring this witness to deal with a period that, one, she has no personal knowledge of, two, has been accounted or will be accounted to by the relevant NDPPs. We just want to place that on record. I do not know what the Commissioner, the Chairperson and the Commission may wish to do with this, but it serves no purpose. It even borders cross-examination for my view, because one, it's something that is not arising from what the witness has said. So you can't clarify that which does not arise from the evidence that she has given. That's our view.
Mr. Van?
Yes, we take note of my learned friend's concerns. Our response, Chair, is that it is the evidence of Advocate Batoy that she wasn't in the country at that time and she can't comment on what transpired. And I'm not asking her to do so. I'm simply asking for her reaction as a former NDPP who inherited that situation, to give her reaction to the fact that for a period of close to 10 years there was almost no activity, and the only activity that happened was through an application to compel to court. And
What does the question seek to clarify, given what she has testified to?
And if I may add,
I am very worried about your line of clarificatory questions that you have put to the witness so far.
Okay, Chair, in that case, I don't want to raise concerns even further. I'm going to move on.
Before you can respond, you see, people sometimes forget that verificator is elucidator. And this is the very point that the Chair is making. What does it seek to elucidate? You see. So you can respond to the Chair.
Yes, Commissioner, I take the criticism, and I'm going to move on. I think
Yes, you may do so, Mr. Vani.
The witness has already indicated that not much transpired before she assumed office. I will move on. Thank you. I have to struggle with my notes. I've been writing with my left hand. It's almost illegible. But let's...
At least you're ambidextrous.
Yes, except it's almost like a dog's breakfast. I have to decipher my own handwriting. Advocate Batoy, in your evidence in chief as well as in your statement, you make a few references to the Rodriguez case. So, for example, at paragraph 52, you state the judgment referred to political interference having materially affected the ability of the NPA to properly deal with the TRC cases, in that the resources that were necessary to conduct proper investigations were not forthcoming. Now, I'm assuming, Advocate Batoy, that you accepted the judgment as issued by the full court and subsequently by the NPA. And indeed, it was the position of the NPA not to dispute the facts of political interference that were put before the court in Rodriguez.
That is correct. I mean, we accepted the court judgment.
Yes. And just to confirm, the position of the NPA at the time was not to dispute the political interference, and the affidavit filed before that court by the NPA confirmed that in the earlier years it had been subject to political interference.
Yes, that was the affidavit of Advocate Piccoli, if I recall correctly. And others, maybe.
Yes. In fact, it was Advocate Pretorius filing the affidavit but making reference to the affidavits of Piccoli, McAdam, and Ackerman.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And am I correct in saying that the position of the NPA, at least until you left office, had not changed?
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, you also mentioned that prior to you assuming office, the NPA had been, I think the words you used were hollowed out, and had been a subject of state capture and deeply compromised. You also made reference to the Zondo Commission, and I think you said that the Zondo Commission was seized with this matter, but unfortunately, because of time constraints, it didn't get to make any recommendations. I can confirm that the matter was placed before the Zondo Commission. Would you agree that the Zondo Commission must have taken the view that there was something to investigate, given that it took up the matter?
Well, I think it's a reasonable inference to be drawn from the fact that there were resources that were allocated to dealing with the position in the NPA, and with regard to state capture, I'm aware of evidence leaders or counsel from the Zondo Commission taking statements from various NPA staff members who deposed to affidavits regarding what transpired in the NPA at that time. So I think it would be a reasonable inference that they were of the view that there was something that needed to be investigated.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have asked the Commission formally to see what records from the Zondo Commission can be obtained. So far, I don't think that anything has been recovered as yet.
Yes.
Advocate Batoy, you mentioned in your evidence in chief that the PCLU, certainly by the time you arrived in office, was not adequately resourced. And you made the point that it wasn't just the TRC cases that it had to deal with. It had to deal with terrorism matters, nuclear proliferation, and other priority crimes. Would it have made a difference if the PCLU at that time had been confined specially to the TRC cases? Would they have made more progress in your view?
I'm not sure, because I'm still of the view that the capacity at the national office was insufficient. I don't have the numbers before me at the moment, but I think that the decentralization model that resulted in enhancing capacity in the regions, and then having a dedicated police, DPCI, that's Hawks investigative capacity, and prosecutors. I think Shabnam, Advocate Singh tomorrow will demonstrate what progress they were able to do. But I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly. I may not be answering it.
Yes, well, let me cut to the chase. You've made it clear in response to questions put to you by your counsel that certainly from the side of the foundation and the families, there were some differences in approach to the cases. The NPA decided on a decentralization, and the foundation and the families had misgivings, and they would have preferred a specialized approach where you had a specialized unit only dealing with the TRC cases. So that's the premise for my question. If the PCLU or another unit was only dealing with the TRC cases and not distracted by terrorism matters and other things, would they have made some progress?
I think to answer your question, any dedicated capacity will make a difference if they are dealing only with a particular crime type and with the necessary resources. And even though so in essence, whether it was a PCLU and us removing everything else, I'm not sure whether that model alone, with everything concentrated at national office, would have made as much progress as the current model, which is in fact you mentioned the word specialized approach. It is in fact those prosecutors and investigators that are dealing with this are really specialized in dealing with TRC matters only. I'm sure that if you take a prosecutor out from the normal court and get them to deal with these cases, they will need to get some additional training, etc., to know how to deal with cases where you are dealing with archive matters, really trying and having that approach to families. And so I think that whether it's in the PCLU or whether it's a structure within the PCLU as we created this specialized component, but I hasten to add that was actually reporting to the Deputy National Director directly as well. Rodney de Kock at the time, and he passed away just last year, was actively involved together with Trish Matska and the deputy. She was the special DPP at the NPS that I mentioned. So to answer your question more crisply, I suppose, any unit, any dedicated, well-capacitated unit that is dealing exclusively with a crime type will definitely make more progress, as opposed to a unit that has different mandates and, yeah.
Yes, on that we agree with you. You mentioned Rodney de Kock, who sadly passed away last year. He was the head of the National Prosecution Service.
That's correct.
So in fact, he was in charge of, I suppose, all prosecutions carried out in South Africa.
That is correct. As a Deputy National Director, he was, yes.
And the TRC component reported directly to him.
Well, sorry.
Yes, but would you agree that Advocate de Kock, as head of the NPS and overseeing issues relating to all prosecutions, would only have limited time to deal with class of cases like the TRC cases?
So just to explain that, even though he, as a Deputy National Director, has a very broad mandate, and that is how organizations work. Those at the higher levels have a lot more on their plate. But in this case, we had Advocate Matska that we actually also appointed as a special DPP, in addition to the head of the PCLU, to give additional oversight into the TRC matters specifically. And then when we appointed the coordinator in Advocate Singh, she was, and Advocate Vani will recall, one of the reasons why I appointed her was that the families, and I think Advocate Vani himself had a lot of confidence in Advocate Singh when she was in the DPP office in Johannesburg and in some of the cases that she was dealing with. So she was already seized with TRC cases and she was dealing with a number of them in court. And I actually said that it's because of her knowledge and understanding and expertise that she should be coordinating at the national level. And so she was there coordinating all of the operations, reporting to Advocate Matska, and she reporting to Advocate de Kock. But the point I make about Advocate de Kock is that he had very clear directions from me that the TRC, because of its high priority in the NPA, he needed to himself get involved in it and to make sure that he gives the necessary attention to it, given its high priority nature.
Thank you. I can confirm that we did make a specific request for the appointment of Advocate Singh. Indeed, I might have made the request to you myself.
Possibly.
And yes, we did have confidence in her because of her work in the Agate, Timol, and Hafiji cases. Yeah. Now, the component that Advocate Singh came to coordinate, the TRC component, am I right in saying that its main function was perhaps coordination and facilitation, but it didn't have any authority to institute prosecutions or issue directions to the DPPs and local prosecutors?
So that's correct, because the legal framework of the NPA is that the DPPs have the legal authority to take decisions to prosecute. So she may not have had that legal authority, but her function, in fact, was to coordinate all the activities across the country, to share experiences, to deal with the training, and to engage with DPPs. I'm well aware that many DPPs, when they had challenges or they needed to take decisions, would consult with her and take the decisions in the matter. So even though the DPPs had the legal authority, the way the model worked is that Advocate Singh had a lot of authority, although not legal, but de facto, to engage with the DPPs. And for example, if she was not happy with the decision that a DPP had taken in a matter, she would have escalated that matter to Advocate de Kock or to me, and we could have asked for a review of the matter. But I can confidently say that in all the decisions that have been taken, I'm not aware of any decision that a DPP has taken that Advocate Singh would have had a different view on.
Right. But you're aware that the families and the foundation have criticized the component because of that issue, that it is seen as a toothless body. It doesn't have its own powers.
I'm aware that the families have certainly criticized the model, but I don't think that there's a problem with that model. And when you look at the work that Advocate Singh will come and demonstrate tomorrow that has been done because of this model, that I think that it's been, as I said, if you have a dedicated capacity with resources, then this work can be done. And that's exactly what we put in place in the NPA. And just to explain that it doesn't necessarily mean that if you have an ID that you will have, and if it's not properly resourced, it can be seriously problematic, as we experienced with the ID before it became an IDAC, because you rely on other stakeholders to actually capacitate an ID, which there were serious problems with. So I think what this model had was specialization, dedication, training, and proper oversight and monitoring, which has resulted in the results that you will see. The commissioners will note when Advocate Singh testifies.
You mentioned that the decentralization was aimed at transferring, I think the words you used were non-core matters to the DPPs. That's also mentioned in your paragraph 18 of your statement. And that the TRC cases were part of the matters that were decentralized to the DPP offices. But given that NDPP in Guka back in 2003 declared the TRC cases as priority crimes, could it not be argued that they were in fact core crimes or priority crimes?
Is that a clarificatory question, Mr. Van?
Chair,
so persuade me?
Chair, I'm not going to persuade you. I'm going to move on before I test your patience.
Yes, thank you.
Advocate Batoy, you mentioned various workshops you had, and one piqued my memory because I attended it, the workshop in October 2019, which was held in Pretoria, and that was to look at the possibility of pursuing international crimes, such as crimes against humanity, through customary international law. You make mention of it in paragraph 33. Well, I'm pleased to advise the Commission that there's been at least one successful matter that has emerged, and perhaps that workshop was the genesis, and that's the crime against humanity charges of apartheid and murder in the COSAS 4 case. Do you accept that that case is an example of where families and civil society collaborate with prosecutors achieving results?
Yes, certainly that, I mean, I have to give credit to civil society for pushing the issue of customary international law and prosecuting certain apartheid-era crimes as international crimes, crimes against humanity in particular. So I really valued the input that civil society gave us in those early engagements, where there were academics that had written on this, and it really assisted the NPA to start considering this matter seriously. And with my background, having come from the International Criminal Court, where that's what we prosecuted, it resonated with me to look at how we could be innovative in South Africa and prosecute certain apartheid-era crimes as crimes against humanity. And so the work done by civil society at the time was very, very helpful and useful. I recall at the time that they had provided opinions on the matter. There was a different view in my office about the possibility of pursuing this, but I was of the view that I agreed with civil society view on this and that we could prosecute these matters. I didn't think that the one matter was the right case to take. The commissioners will know, particularly the judge, that bad facts make bad law sometimes, and when you're testing new law, you need to make sure that you have the right case that you're taking to really create good, strong jurisprudence. And so I in principle agreed with it and was wanting the right case to be taken. Hopefully the COSAS 4 will demonstrate that is in fact the case.
Yes, it is currently on appeal, but we hope that it is the right case. So you mentioned a few minutes back that the results speak for themselves, and we're going to hear from Advocate Singh tomorrow on that score. And you also make reference to the results of the new decentralized approach. It looks like it's at paragraph 26 of your statement. And certainly when it comes to inquests, I think I must agree with you. I think inquests are important because it assists the families to get to grips with what happened. So I understand about 10 inquests have been completed since you took office, which I think is a good record. And for the record, I was involved in 6 of them.
I'm aware, yes.
I am a fan of inquests. But would you agree, Advocate Batoy, that as useful and important as they are, they're not really justice? They don't result in convictions and justice per se?
I agree. It's a form of closure, and as you say, families getting to know what happened. But at the end of the day, it's those that are responsible for atrocities, if they are not prosecuted, then it's for the family. And in this particular case, I don't want to say something generally, because generally you have different forms of restorative justice, and victims generally may not think prosecutions is the best form of justice, But in these particular cases, the TRC-related matters, I think it would have been the case that prosecutions would have been, if we were able to prosecute, would certainly be first prize, so to speak.
Yeah. And turning to first prize and focusing just on your tenure, so that would be around February 2019 to January of this year. So we're looking at a period of approximately 7 years. According to the records which we've gleaned from the NPA reports, when it comes to cases enrolled or prosecutions launched, we're looking at around 6 cases. And when it comes to convictions, we're looking at 2 cases in which a total of 4 persons have been convicted. So from the perspective of the families, and as you say, from their perspective, that is first prize as in justice. Mm-hmm. They would suggest that that's not a good record. What would your response be?
I have to agree. I mean, it's a small number of cases that have been prosecuted, but one has to look at why we're not able to prosecute them. And Advocate Singh will give extreme detail about the challenges in ensuring successful prosecutions in these matters. And as I said, we can only prosecute when the evidence meets the standard required for enrollment. If we don't have that, no matter how much we want justice and prosecutions, we cannot prosecute. And that is the reality of where we are in this period. And I'm not holding my breath that there will be many prosecutions even into the future. But I certainly hope there will be. There will be more in the future in terms of my successes. For the victims, I hope there will be, but it's so many years after the fact, and with all the challenges that Advocate Singh can speak about, that is the reality we're facing.
Yes. And I think we would be in agreement with you. And I think in your evidence this morning, you made reference to the fact that witnesses, suspects, potential accused are dying off. Would that be the main reason why there be so few going forward?
I can't say it's the main reason. I think Advocate Singh would be able to better say, because she is deeply involved in the operations. But I can't say whether it's the main reason. My inclination would be that it's one of the reasons, definitely. But whether it's the main one, I don't know.
Yes. Well, it was certainly the reason why the families wanted to see urgency in the cases, because suspects and witnesses were dying at a regular rate. And they've set out, certainly in the Kalata Affidavit, that's bundle 1 of the Kalata Group papers, Commissioners, that in respect of quite a few matters during your tenure, including the cases of Neil Agate, Hafaji in Yorka, and Harun, that they had to issue letters of demand placing the NPA on terms to get action in those cases.
The fact that letters of demand may have been issued does not mean that there wasn't any work that was happening. There was a lot of work happening, and I can fully understand with families wanting these matters to progress quickly. As the national director, I wanted them to progress quickly too, for the very reason that we are the people's lawyers. We actually, in as much as the families have their own legal representatives, as prosecutors, we represent the victims of crime. And the families in these matters are actually people that we are the ones that they are our clients, so to speak, whether represented or not. And we want to bring closure and justice for them. So even though they are represented by lawyers, they should not be seen as the clients of the NPA, ones that we must actually serve and bring justice to. So, you know, and we get lots of letters from various complainants and interested parties that are not happy about progress and that would make demands. It doesn't mean that the fact that a demand was issued, that nothing was happening. So I really want to make that clear, is that there was a lot, and Advocate Singh will testify to what was happening, but I can understand the frustrations of families and the sense that things are not moving quickly, and that's totally understandable. So it should not be seen that it's only because of these letters of demand that the NPA was spurred into action. We have it as part of our strategic priorities. We've been doing a lot of work in this term to deal with the cases, and they still, for various reasons, cannot be progressed in some instances faster than they have been. So that's understandable, but it doesn't mean that nothing was happening in the NPA.
Yes, thank you. Just for completeness, I should have mentioned in that list, I was remiss in not mentioning the Cradock 4 case. You recall that in July of 2021, the Cradock 4 families went to court to seek an order compelling the NPA to make a decision. But unless you want to talk about that case, we can move on.
No, I'm aware of that, and that matter is in the Eastern Cape, and the DPP had taken a long time to make a decision in that matter. I agree with that. And perhaps Advocate Singh can come and explain what some of the technical and operational challenges were. But, the DPP has to be satisfied at the end of the day, and it is the responsibility of the DPP to take the decision. He ultimately made a decision that there will be an inquest held, and that matter is proceeding at the moment.
You made reference to Special Director Trish Matska, who you said she was asked to assist with strategic oversight. Am I right in saying that her role with the TRC cases was not a full-time role, and that she also had other responsibilities?
That's correct. That is correct.
Yeah. And then in your evidence in chief this morning, you made reference to a document that highlighted, amongst other matters, the review of the decision not to prosecute Else and Sons. And as you mentioned, there was another suspect by the name of Detlefs, but he died in the interim process. Now, according to our records, the review was lodged with your office in June of 2020, and then ultimately in July of 2023, the decision was made to reverse the original decision not to prosecute. But by that stage, as you mentioned in your evidence, key witnesses like Salim Esop had become ill and was no longer willing to testify, so those cases didn't proceed. Would you agree that a review taking 3 years is somewhat problematic for the families, the Timor family in particular?
As I mentioned, Advocate Leon Fienemans deposed to an affidavit that is an annexure to Advocate Singh's affidavit that sets out the entire process and why it took that long. I think we must factor in that from 2020 to 2023, about a year was usurped by COVID. And, but I accept, these are, you can look at reviews in your office. But if you look at that document, Leon Fienemans, it sets out the process and why the review took that long. And I think that there's sufficient reason and explanation given about, I agree generally a review should not take 3 years, to answer your question directly. But there were various issues relating to, if I remember correctly, having read Leon's affidavit, Advocate Fienemans, relating to the witness statements, relating to, if I recall correctly, legal representation, because the review process requires a national director to get, to allow interested parties to be able to make submissions as well. And in this case, the interested parties would be the potential suspects or accused. And I understand that there was a challenge with legal representation, with getting there. So there was a whole lot of reasons why, but I think I'm not in the best position to deal with it. Advocate Singh can deal with it in a better way tomorrow, giving the necessary details.
Mr. Vani, I think you've gone past the time you indicated you would take for your clarificatory questions.
Chairperson, I'm almost at the end.
Yes.
With your indulgence, but perhaps just 3 or 4 more questions. But I undertake not to be much longer.
Thank you.
You mentioned in paragraph 47 of your statement that in October 2024, you made something of a breakthrough because for the first time you were able to secure permanent posts for the prosecutors recruited to deal with the TRC cases. I think you mentioned there were 19 permanent posts you were able to secure. And that prior to that, I think they'd all been on short-term contract.
That's correct.
Yeah. But it did take you, several years to get to that point. I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Did that not point to something of a weakness of the decentralized approach? Because you probably wouldn't have had that problem if it was a truly specialized unit.
I don't agree it wouldn't have. Have you worked in government, Advocate Vani?
I'm pleased to advise that I haven't.
I think you'll have a better understanding of especially creation of permanent posts. Generally, there are structures and you have your structure set out. When you want to create permanent posts, it takes a long process. Also bearing in mind we had COVID in between. So I think it was quite, it also recognized the fact that we got these permanent posts. It recognized that the executive actually, because ultimately it's the executive that will sign off on the new structures, agreed that the TRC was important enough to create 19 posts dedicated for this function. So I think that was a really good thing.
Thank you. In your evidence in chief and in your statement, you make reference to the opinion of Advocate Dumisa Nsebeza, SC. And I don't want to dwell on it too much because my learned friend has already led you on much of what his opinion said. But can I just point you to what Nsebeza ended up reporting on the question of political interference. I just lost my notes on that one. But I do recall roughly what he reported. Oh, here it is. In his opinion on the question of political interference, he said the NPA and the PCLU were swayed from their constitutional and statutory duties in relation to the TRC cases. And to be clear, he's talking about the period before you assumed office. He concluded that that his inquiry could not investigate the interference given the narrow ambit of its terms of reference and its lack of an investigative arm. He recommended that a commission of inquiry is the only sensible way forward in order to get to the bottom of why the TRC cases were never investigated or prosecuted with zeal. He said such a commission must investigate the extent and rationale behind the interference and should look into the roles of multiple state entities as well as implicated individuals. and then he made a few other recommendations around powers of subpoena and the like. What was your response to those specific recommendations?
So, the setting up of a commission of inquiry is an executive function. And for that reason, I engaged with the minister, as I state from, I think, paragraph 57. I had several meetings with the minister, not only about TRC. The minister and I met, we tried to meet on a monthly basis when we could. And there were various things on the agenda, and of course this would have been one of the things at the time. And so, because it's an executive function, I was trying to understand what the executive position on this would be. And then I testified about what happened and the various opinions. And then we appointed senior counsel Nzabeza to do the work that I've testified about.
So you agreed with his recommendation that a commission was needed to investigate the political interference?
Well, it's the only way that, this commission is now dealing with it, but it's given the sensitivities, the time, I think it's perhaps the best way to deal with something like this.
And did you approach the minister and or the president in relation to the setting up of a commission?
I didn't speak to the president about this matter. The minister and I had discussions about it, and at the end of the day, it was his decision.
Yes. But you're aware, of course, this commission is only here because the families went to court in January last year, and that's part of the relief that they were seeking.
I am aware, yes.
You posed a very interesting question on my learned friend about what would you have done as NDPP if during your term of office pressure or interference had been imposed on you, and you mentioned that you would have a conversation with the executive or the executive member or members in question. You would offer them advice, and if needs be, you would warn them about the possibility of a prosecution. I dare say we would agree with you on that kind of response. Are you aware that Mr. Pikoli, when he was in DPP, took similar steps? He did raise his concerns. He put it in writing, and he did have meetings with the minister, and he sought further meetings.
I'm not aware, except what's in public I've been reading about. I'm not really aware. He's not spoken to me about it.
Mr. Vali?
Yes.
You are testing my patience.
Madam Chair, that's the last thing I wish to do. And indeed, Madam Chair, that is my final question.
Thank you. We'll take a lunch adjournment and reconvene at 14:40. We are adjourned. Ms. Tambeleni, any clarificatory questions?
Thank you, Chair. No questions.
Yes. Ms. Mchizana,
Thank you, Chair. No clarificatory questions.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Siminya,
I've been requested by Ms. Moroka to record that she won't be with us for the afternoon session. As to the questions from our side, Ms. Emelani will be putting those to the witness, Chair.
yes, we've noted Ms. Moroka's absence. Mr. Nalane,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Batohi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
First, I must congratulate you on completing your stint as
Thank you.
you served the nation for that many years. Thank you very much. The record of the prosecution of TRC cases has been described by the Talata Group in the affidavit as dismal. You would have seen that that description.
I accept it.
And before I proceed, there is a document which we want to hand in. Chair, the documents, the copies would have been placed before the commissioners. It's internal question paper, National Assembly number 05-2025.
yes.
And perhaps we can mark it.
What number should we allocate?
Should it be SB6?
Yeah, as SB6. Thank you. Ms. Batoy, I've put before you this document as well. It's questions that were asked in Parliament to the Minister. And I'm sure we would not, I think this is just for record purposes, because the records are clear. What this, as I understand it, is that the Minister of Justice and Criminal Development was asked questions about the record of prosecution of TRC cases. And in the second page, that's the reply. And if I understand it, it says that progress on prosecutions has been made since 2003. A total of 9 PCLU recorded prosecutions were noted between 2003 and 2017. I am reliably informed by Mr. Vani that some of those dates are not necessarily from 2003. For instance, State v. Ferry Barnard was in June 1998, and Eugene de Kock, October 1996. And pertinent to the question post 2003, State versus Gideon Niveau would have been 2004, and the next one, State versus Aaron, Tiani 2005, State versus Eugene de Blanche 2003, and State versus Blanche 2005. But what it illustrates is that at least the known prosecutions from 2003 would have been about 4 or 5, according to this record. You agree?
Yes.
And successful prosecutions since September 2021, which would include your term, are recorded as 2, State versus Wesley Matonsela and State versus Murray. Would that be correct?
At the time of this response to the parliamentary question, I'm not sure what the current status is, but my recollection is that it's probably 1 or 2 more.
1, 2 more.
Yeah.
But I think the point is, as you agreed earlier, the record is not doesn't speak well about what we did as a country from 2003 up to now. And I know you would have taken over the leadership of the NPA at some point in time. I'm not blaming you, or nobody can blame. I'm just saying this is a broad picture that it tells us as a nation how far we've gone. And as I understand it, your affidavit, when you came into leadership, you decided to make 3 key interventions, which you summarize in your affidavit at paragraph 8, page 4 of your affidavit. And of course, one realizes even from your affidavit and your evidence that you were acutely aware of the importance of progressing the TRC matters. And as I understand it, this is part of your mandate that you thought these are the things that you need to achieve while you are in office.
That's correct.
Yes. And one of the things that you did was to one of the interventions which you did, as you recollect, in the paragraph 8 and onwards, you develop mechanisms of focus on and better manage TRC matters. And you also detail the interventions that you made to increase the number of prosecutions and the number of investigators. Correct? I see you nodding your head.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry for the record.
Yes, thank you very much. And what we have had so far, we're not making judgments, but there's a recurring theme in the explanation why there's been such delay in the prosecutions. One of the recurring themes is that there were no investigators. And I'm sure when you took over these cases and investigated, would that have been one of the reasons that you would have come across as contributing to the delay in the prosecutions?
Yes, that's correct.
And that explains why you would hire more investigators and collaborate with the DPCI to avail more investigators.
Yes, we didn't hire them. The DPCI would hire them because the investigative capacity was within the DPCI prosecution capacity of the NPA, and they were working together.
But you increase your collaboration with the DPCI.
Yes.
Because one of the themes as well is that while the PCLU was in charge of the national program of investigations, there seems to have been non-cooperation of sorts between SAPS and the PCLU, as well as the DSO as it was put as it was then, and the PCLU. Is that what you found as well?
I'm not aware of that.
But acutely you said, in order to bridge the gap between investigations and prosecutions, you have to cooperate more closely with the DPCI.
Absolutely.
And that led to the increase in the numbers.
Yes, resourcing.
But the record, you say 2 or 3, even with those resources, why has the records, the numbers not increased dramatically, or at least considerably, with the resources that have been thrown behind the problem?
I had explained earlier the challenges with prosecuting these cases. Should I repeat that, Chairperson?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. There were various challenges, Council, with regard to the age of the, and Advocate Singh will elaborate on this, but broadly challenges relating to the age of these cases. They were extremely old, related to witnesses being available or not available, challenges with reconstructing scenes and trying to determine trajectories of bullets, etc., long after. Normally when murders are investigated, a police officer will be at the scene and you would have all of this done, excuse me, at the scene. There was also, we're dealing with a situation, which is what I didn't mention earlier, Chairperson, is that there were clear attempts to conceal evidence or to destroy evidence by those that were involved in these murders. So with dockets that had disappeared. So with all of these complications, it's extremely difficult to investigate these cases that are extremely old. Witnesses' ability to recollect events also becomes less as time moves on. So, as I mentioned earlier, I certainly hope there will be more prosecutions, but these challenges remain. But we have been training the investigators, prosecutors, to be able to deal with some of the more specialized aspects of investigation and prosecution of these particular types of cases. But those are the key reasons why it's not simply a resourcing issue. If it was simply a resourcing issue, then I agree, we would have moved a lot faster. But it's not simply a resourcing issue.
Thank you. What we have also had is the numbers of cases, and they differ from one source to another. That is the TRC cases. And I see in your affidavit you deal with the numbers, as you call them. For instance, at paragraph 45, you deal with additional investigations between May and October 122, thus bringing the total 129 matters under investigation. You there?
Sorry, Counsel, which paragraph? 45?
Paragraph 45, the middle of that paragraph. This has resulted in additional
Yes, yes.
What I want to clarify with you is that the term TRC cases, it may sometimes mean different things to different people. When the NPA says we have additional 32 new investigations that have been opened between May and October 2022, and let me explain to you the background to the question. We know the TRC will have finished its business at some point and made recommendations that those who did not apply for amnesty, perpetrators, should be pursued. That's one category of persons who would have to be pursued.
Chairperson, I'm not hearing very clearly.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Let me bring it closer. Is it now?
Much better.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm saying to you that the term TRC cases is used to describe many things. And at some point, we'll have to it's around what those cases really mean. So that when you say 32 additional investigations between May and October, and that's bringing the total to 129 matters. But one of the important things is to say, as we speak now, how many TRC cases are still outstanding? But of course, definitions would be very important. So when you say new investigations, what exactly do you mean? Can you clarify TRC cases in relation to these additional cases?
I'm trying to understand. I'm just reading the context of paragraph 45. So what paragraph 45 deals with is the position as at 25 November 2022, when the NPA appeared before the Portfolio Committee. And at that stage, because of the added capacity, 32 new investigations had been opened between May and October 2022. That means these investigations there were no investigations with regard to these matters prior to that date. And thus bringing the total number to 129 of matters under investigation at that time. So between May and October, there were 32 new investigations opened. And then the total, as at our presentation date, was 129 matters under investigation, including the new ones that had been opened over that period.
But when you identify them as TRC cases, would it be cases of people who should have applied but not applied? Or is it victims? People have been identified as having been violated by
It's
other
both.
people. It's both.
Yes.
So it is one category would be those who did not apply at all,
Yes, that's correct.
and investigations would have been done,
Or those that were denied, those that applied and were denied as well. And then where victims come forward, families come forward.
so as at 22 new cases were still being investigated and opened.
Sorry, 32 new cases were opened between May and October 2022.
But as you say, it includes different, at least two categories. Those who didn't apply were investigated, prosecuted, and those who applied, would that include that? Those who applied but denied amnesty.
Yes, and where victims came forward or where we were aware of deaths in detention, for example, even if nobody came forward, there were investigations that were opened.
So that would fall under the rubric TRC cases.
Yes, and Advocate Singh would be able to give a lot more detail on this.
Okay. And one of the other milestones which you set for yourself was to enhance engagements with the relevant stakeholders, in particular families.
You must speak into the microphone.
Yes. One of the other milestones you set for yourself was to engage with the relevant stakeholders, in particular the families.
That's correct.
And you would say there's been some measure of success or progress there, because
A lot of progress.
a lot
yes.
of progress. Because now victims know where to go and who to ask. You also mentioned the PCLU, that now you have decentralized the prosecution of these cases. In other words, they are no longer centralized at PCLU, but they are now at different DPPs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The PCLU would have been much longer engaged in the TRC cases, at least since it was established in the 2000s, 2003 thereabouts. You agree?
They were dealing with these matters for a long period, that's correct.
And why did you take the cases from them, the PCLU?
So as I explained in my evidence, there was no movement. Clearly there was no movement on these matters at the time when I took office. And there was a lot of the victims, families, victims, NGOs, concerned persons. There was a lot of, they had contacted me as the new national director. As I mentioned, I had as early as 2019 meetings with various organizations. So there was a lot of dissatisfaction about the way in which these matters were being handled at the time and the progress with these matters. So as an office, we considered what would be the best way to ensure that these matters get the necessary attention. And because the PCLU had a very broad mandate and was also involved in other, crime types like terrorism, proliferation, a whole lot of international crimes as well. we decided that we needed to create a dedicated capacity. And also because the cases themselves emanated from the divisions. So there would be murders, for example, committed in the Eastern Cape. There'd be murders in KwaZulu-Natal. I think the key areas were Gauteng, Eastern Cape primarily, KZN, and Gauteng. They were the main provinces where most of these cases emanated from, but of course there were also cases in other divisions. And so we decided that in order to ensure that these cases get the proper attention, instead of having this small capacity that was clearly not moving with these cases, there was a lot of dissatisfaction. Let's look at how we could be more efficient. And so we created the decentralized model, which meant that we would then build capacity in the regions where the witnesses are, where very often the families are, and where investigators and prosecutors would be based to deal with specific cases in specific areas. And so that was the key reason, was to expedite this and to create a dedicated capacity with capacity in the regions as well to deal with the matters where the cases emanated from.
And if we move now to your other priority which you have set for yourself, it's summarized in 8.3. Addressing concerns about alleged political interference in the investigation and prosecution of TRC cases as pronounced by the courts in relation to the Rodriguez matter. You would recall that part of the terms of reference of this commission, if I may just read to you, the commission must, in relation to the period since 2003, inquire into, make findings, report on, and make recommendations concerning the following, guided by the Constitution, relevant legislation, policies, and guidelines. 1.1, whether, why, and to what extent, and by whom efforts or attempts were made to influence or pressure members of the Southern Police Service or the National Prosecuting Authority to stop investigating or prosecuting the TRC cases. We have had your evidence. You say during your tenure there was no effort to influence or pressure you, or at least the NPA which you led, to stop prosecuting and investigating the cases.
That's correct.
But surely when you took over as the you'd have access to records and information which would have predated your term of office. And as you say, one of the issues is the Rodriguez case, where there was allegations that there were attempts or there were interventions which led to the delay in the prosecution and investigation of some of these cases. So, standing where you are, I mean, are you able to, besides what you have said to us, are you able to shed any light on this term of reference? Because the commission has to look at all the evidence. Are you able to add or shed any other light on this term of reference?
I can't, because I was not aware. What is publicly available is what I know about it. We focused at the time on getting an audit done of the cases, getting the cases, at the capacity together to investigate these matters, prosecute them, and that was our focus. After Mr. Advocate Msebeza's report, which did recommend a commission of inquiry, I testified about discussions with the minister, and but there's nothing further that I can assist this commission with about what happened prior to my term. If there are any further documents, etc., I mean, all of the documents I've made it very clear that the office must give this commission everything that's available in the NPA archives relating to what happened prior to my term.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you.
Commissioner, those are the, Chairman, those are the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kwala, is there any re-examination that you wish to conduct?
Chairperson, no, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Advocate Batoy, you've quoted a bit of the Rodriguez judgment in your affidavit at paragraph 53. Where it says, it is also for these reasons that the conduct of the relevant officials and others outside the NPA, paraphrasing, be brought to the attention of the National Director of Public Prosecutions for her consideration, and in particular to consider whether any action in terms of section 41(1) of the NPA Act is warranted. Now, the action you took was to obtain the Advocate
That's
Nsebeza report.
That is correct.
Beyond that, were there any other internal investigations that you conducted during your tenure to get to the bottom of this?
No, there were no internal investigations conducted at the time. What we focused on was on setting up the capacity, capability to deal with the cases. Once we did that, we then got Advocate Nsebeza to look at that. And also, if you look at, I think I deal with it somewhere in my affidavit, where in the mandate to counsel, Mr. Nsebeza, in page 59, which I elaborate on, if in the process of the review he had reason to believe that there is information that would amount to a violation of section 41(1) of the NPA Act, such issues were to be escalated to take the matter forward. His conclusion was that there should be a commission of inquiry into that aspect of it.
Okay. But it was still 2 years later and only as a result of the litigation that this commission of inquiry was set up. So what I'm trying to ascertain from you is what else was done to give effect to what the court had basically brought to your attention?
In my view, getting Advocate Nsebeza to look at what had been done in the NPA up until that point, as well as giving him the possibility of looking into whether there were any contraventions of section 41(1). He indicated that the time and resources, I think it was resources, maybe time, didn't allow him to do that. And so he recommended that a commission of inquiry be set up. As I indicated, that this is an executive function, and I had discussions with the minister about it. And, well, no, actually, let me make sure that I have my, it was after Advocate Nsebeza's report and his recommendation, one of them was that there should be a commission of inquiry. I'm just thinking about the Rodriguez judgment and then the Nsebeza report. You know, that is a matter that I discussed with the minister, and it was for the minister and the executive to decide if they wanted to appoint a commission of inquiry at that point. But I did nothing further about it except to have discussions with the minister concerning it.
So there wasn't any internal investigation?
That is correct. There was no internal investigation.
Thank you very much.
Advocate Batoy, we thank you for having made yourself available to come and give evidence before this commission, even though you are on retirement.
Job never ends, Chairperson.
Yes.
Well, I hope it ends soon.
You may be recalled for cross-examination if an application is made in that regard, in which case you will have to be available for such cross-examination. But for now, you are excused as a witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commissioners.
These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock. you.